Thank you to all my subscribers for your amazing support. I hope you're happy and ready for tonight's terrifying stories from the deep forests of America. Turn off the lights, relax, and listen carefully. Let the horror begin. My name is Daniel Miller. I am 54 years old, living in Staunton, Virginia, where I run a small private timber appraisal outfit. But in 1997, I was 25 years old and working as a seasonal law enforcement and wilderness patrol ranger for the United States Forest Service, assigned to the Gawley and Marlinton districts of the Monongahela National Forest in West Virginia. I have kept quiet about what happened during that late autumn season for nearly 30 years, mostly because the official report listed my observations as symptoms of acute mountain disorientation brought on by early-stage hypothermia and severe exhaustion. But I was not confused. I was not hallucinating. And I know the difference between a misread topographic map and something that defies every physical law this world is built on. That autumn in Pocahontas County was one of the wettest on record. By late October, the sugar maples and yellow birches along the lower ridges had shed their leaves, leaving the hillsides looking like rusted wire stretched over black wet rock. Higher up, on the high elevation plateaus above 3,000 feet, around Black Mountain, Tea Creek, and the headwaters of the Williams River, the forest shifted into dense stands of native red spruce and eastern hemlock. Up there, the canopy was so thick that the ground remained in a perpetual twilight, covered in a sponge-thick layer of rotting needle-cast, green sphagnum moss, and slick shale outcrops. Cold rain fell almost every afternoon, turning the narrow logging roads into channels of red mud and black coal wash. I was fresh out of college with a degree in forestry management from Virginia Tech, eager to prove myself to the full-time staff. My job was straightforward: patrol the backcountry trails, check hunter compliance during the early archery season, monitor timber sales, check boundary markers along private land lines, and clear windfalls off the secondary service roads. I drove a green 1992 Ford F-150 patrol truck with a heavy steel brush guard, a whip antenna mounted on the bed, and a Motorola HT-1000 handheld radio, sitting in a charger base on the transmission hump. My supervisor was Senior Ranger Earl Haddock, a 58-year-old veteran of the Forest Service who had spent his entire life in Pocahontas and Webster counties. Earl was a quiet, thick-set man who wore heavy wool trousers, scuffed Red Wing boots, and a green canvas cap that looked like it had survived 30 years of brush fires. He knew every logging grade, coal seam, and abandoned homestead in the Monongahela by heart. Earl wasn't a man given to grand speeches or mountain ghost stories. If a gate was broken, he fixed it, and if a camper was late checking out, he tracked them down. On the morning of October 25th, I was out on a foot patrol along the Tea Creek Mountain Trail, checking boundary markers where federal land abutted a private hardwood parcel owned by a paper mill. The fog was heavy that morning, clinging to the spruce tops like wet cotton, dragging the smell of damp earth and decaying hemlock needles down into the drainages. I had my field pack on, carrying my aluminum clipboard, a hand compass, a roll of plastic flagging tape, a first aid kit, my Motorola radio, and my Panasonic handheld microcassette recorder, a small black device I used to dictate field notes, timber measurements, and boundary maintenance logs while walking. About 2 miles off the main trail, following a faint surveyor's line marked by faded red paint slashes on ancient virgin hemlocks, I noticed something unusual. In the crotch of a massive hemlock whose bark was thick as armor plate, someone had stuffed a plastic sandwich bag. It wasn't recent trash. The bag was brittle, yellowed, and covered in algae. Inside was a microcassette tape. I pulled it out, wiping away the grimy film with my thumb. The tape was marked with a strip of masking tape on which someone had written OCT 28 log in black ink. The handwriting was neat, slanted to the right, with a distinct loop on the capital letters. It looked identical to my own handwriting, so identical that for a second I felt a cold prickle at the back of my neck, assuming I had somehow dropped a tape from my pack during an earlier patrol. But I hadn't been in this section of T Creek since August, and I only used Sony tapes from the commissary. This was a Maxell tape. When I finished my patrol late that afternoon, I returned to the Marlinton District Work Center, a long cinder block building nestled beside the Greenbrier River. The office smelled of wet wool, chain oil, stale coffee, and wood smoke from the cast iron stove in the break room. Earl was sitting at his wooden desk, shuffling through timber haul permits, while Martha, the district dispatcher, was sitting in her small glass booth updating the weatherboard with grease pencils. I sat down at my desk, pulled the yellowed microcassette out of my pocket, wiped the remaining grit off the capstan holes, and loaded it into my Panasonic player. I plugged in my heavy foam-padded headphones so as not to disturb Earl, leaned back in my swivel chair, and pressed play. There was a long hiss of tape noise, that deep, hollow, static sound typical of magnetic tape that has been exposed to dampness. Then came the sound of a truck engine idling, accompanied by the distinct, rhythmic slap of a loose fan belt. It was the exact sound of my patrol Ford's engine bay. Then a voice spoke into the microphone. Patrol log, October 28th, 1997. Ranger Daniel Miller reporting. Location, Forest Service Road 86, approximately 2 miles south of Handley Wildlife Area. Time, 14:15 hours. I froze. The voice on the recording wasn't just similar to mine. It was my voice. It had my cadence, my Virginia accent, my slight pause between sentences, and the subtle, sharp inhalation I always took through my nose before reading off mile markers. Engine stalled on Service Road 86, the recorded voice continued, sounding tired and raspy. Front passenger tire blew out on sharp limestone aggregate near mile marker 12. Weather conditions, 31 degrees, heavy sleet, wind from the northeast at 12 knots. While waiting for the winch truck, I inspected a vehicle collision at the narrow bridge over Williams River. A C&K logging haul truck, blue Mack cab, registration West Virginia Commercial 9207, crossed the center line on wet shale. Collided driver's side with Patrol Unit 3. No severe structural cab collapse, but front bumper sheared. Driver offline. Dispatch, if you receive this, repeater link on Black Mountain is dropped due to ice load. I am reading 0 signal on tactical frequency. The recording ended with a loud click, followed by 30 seconds of blank tape hiss before the auto-stop popped the button up. I sat there at my desk for a full minute, my fingers gripping the edge of the Formica desktop, my breath coming short. The room felt suddenly cold, despite the crackling stove across the hall. I checked my calendar pad on the desk. Today was Saturday, October 25th. October 28th was 3 days away. Tuesday. I took off my headphones and looked over at Earl. He was leaning back in his chair, lighting an old wooden match on the side of his desk to light his pipe. Earl, I said, my voice sounding tighter than I intended. He looked up through a cloud of sweet-smelling cherry tobacco smoke. Yeah, Dan? Did we change the call signs or dispatcher codes recently? Earl frowned, resting his pipe on his desk pad. No. Why? And who's hauling timber off Road 86 this week? C&K Logging, Earl said, squinting at me. They got the contract for the high thinning block above Williams River. Started hauling yesterday, why are you asking? I hesitated. A rational part of my brain, the part trained in timber management, forestry math, and common sense, told me that what I was thinking was absurd. It had to be a prank. One of the seasonal fire crew guys or a maintenance worker must have grabbed my tape recorder from the break room, copied my voice, recorded a fake log, and planted it out on the trail to mess with the new ranger. I found a tape out on T Creek, I said, holding up the yellowed casing. Somebody's playing a joke. Recorded a fake log using my name. Earl stretched his arms and stood up, walking over to my desk. He reached out and took the tape, turning it over in his rough, calloused palm. He looked at the handwritten label. He didn't laugh or smile. He just stared at the writing for a long time, his bushy gray eyebrows pulling together. "Where'd you find this, Dan?" "In a hollow hemlock off the Tea Creek line, 4 miles in." Earl set the tape back down on my desk. His tone dropped its usual easygoing warmth. "That's high-elevation timberline. Fire crew hasn't been up there since September. And nobody goes 4 miles off trail into the brush to plant a cassette tape for a joke, Dan. Throw it in the trash. You're working too many 60-hour weeks. Get your gear packed up and head home to your rental in Marlinton. We've got sleet moving in by Tuesday, and we're going to need you fresh." I didn't throw the tape away. I slipped it into my vest pocket, logged out at the dispatch desk, and drove home to my small rented cabin along Route 219, just outside Marlinton. That night, the rain started in earnest. It was a cold, driving Appalachian rain that hammered against the corrugated tin roof of my cabin with a dull, relentless roar. I sat at my kitchen table with my Panasonic recorder, playing that tape over and over until the magnetic ribbon started to hiss with static. I listened to every breath, every background sound. In the background of my recorded voice, underneath the idle of the truck engine and the slap of the fan belt, there was something else. A sound so low it barely registered on the small speaker. A steady, rhythmic metallic clicking, like someone tapping a brass key against an iron pipe, spaced exactly 4 seconds apart. By Tuesday, October 28th, the temperature had dropped as predicted. Rain turned into a slushy, freezing sleet that blanketed the higher ridges of the Monongahela in a skin of gray ice. Trees along the ridgetops were bent double under the weight, their branches encased in clear cylinders of ice that clicked and groaned whenever the wind blew. I was assigned to patrol Forest Road 86, the very road mentioned on the microcassette tape. I tried to tell myself it was a coincidence, a bizarre alignment of routine assignments. I drove slow, keeping my speed under 20 miles an hour, as the green F-150 crawled along the narrow gravel shelf, cut into the side of Rich Mountain. Below me to the left, the Williams River ran high and brown through its boulder-strewn gorge, white foam churning against wet black rocks. The sleet hit the windshield in sharp, rattling bursts. The heater was blaring, blowing dry, warm air against my boots, but my hands were cold inside my leather work gloves. The Motorola radio on the dash hummed with static. As I drove deeper into the shadow of Black Mountain, the signal bars on the small digital display flickered and died. The repeater link was down, just as the tape had said. At precisely 1400 hours, 2 in the afternoon, I reached mile marker 11. The road narrowed here, passing through a dark tunnel of tall hemlocks and drooping red spruce whose branches were weighed down with slush. At 14 Yetton, my engine sputtered. The steering wheel grew heavy in my hands as the power steering died. The truck coasted to a halt on the shoulder of the road. I turned the key. The starter clicked once, twice, then fell dead silent. A second later, there was a loud, sharp explosion from the front passenger side, and the right front corner of the truck dropped 3 inches with a metallic thud. A blowout. I sat frozen behind the wheel, my breath fogging up the side window. My heart was hammering against my ribs like a trapped bird. I looked at the clock on the dashboard, 14:15 hours. I opened the truck door and stepped out into the freezing slush. The air was bitterly cold, smelling of crushed spruce needles, ice, and raw exhaust. I walked around to the front passenger tire. A sharp piece of gray limestone aggregate had slashed through the sidewall of my tire. Then, from around the blind curve ahead near the Williams River Bridge, I heard the heavy, roaring rumble of a diesel engine downshifting. I didn't think. I moved on instinct. I ran toward the ditch, hauling myself up the slippery embankment into the trees just as a blue Mack haul truck came sliding around the bend. Its wide tires were locked up on the wet shale curve, its trailer swinging out into the middle of the narrow road. The driver was fighting the wheel, his face pale behind the glass. The blue cab sideswiped my parked patrol truck with a deafening screech of ripping sheet metal and tearing chrome. My F-150 was shoved sideways into the ditch. Its driver's side mirror sheared clean off, and its front bumper crumpled like tin foil. The haul truck skidded another 50 yards down the road before coming to a halt in a cloud of blue diesel smoke and steam. The side of the blue cab bore a magnetic door sign in weathered white lettering, C&K Logging, Marlinton, WV. I stood on the snowy bank, my chest heaving, cold sleet melting on my cheeks. I looked down at my hands. They were shaking uncontrollably. The driver of the logging truck scrambled out of his cab, slipping on the icy gravel, shouting in panic, "Hey, buddy! You all right?" I couldn't stop. The shale was pure ice. I didn't answer him immediately. I stood there staring at my wrecked patrol truck, then down at the microcassette recorder sitting inside my parka pocket. Every single detail from the tape found 3 days earlier had just occurred, down to the minute. The vehicle color, the logging company name, the tire blowout, and the exact physical nature of the accident. The driver, a middle-aged local named Vance, helped me set out orange warning triangles along the curve. Neither of us could call out. Our radios were dead, choked off by the surrounding ridges and the iced-over repeater tower on Black Mountain. Vance volunteered to walk back 2 miles toward the nearest timber landing where his crew had a satellite radio to call for a Forest Service tow and a WV State Police cruiser. After Vance disappeared down the road into the swirling sleet, I was left alone with the silence of the forest. The silence in the Monongahela after a vehicle crash is heavy and absolute. The steam rising from the cracked radiator of my truck hissed softly as sleet hit the hot engine block, then died away. There were no birds calling, no squirrels chatter, no sound from the river below, just the steady, rhythmic click of icy branches scraping together in the canopy. To keep my hands moving and stop the creeping panic in my gut, I grabbed my clipboard and my camera from the cab to document the crash scene for the official USFS accident report. I took photographs of the tire marks, the sheared side mirror, the crumpled bumper, and the slashed front passenger tire. While taking photos of the embankment where my truck had been shoved into the tree line, something caught my eye high up on a white oak tree near the ditch. It was a Forest Service boundary marker, a rectangular piece of heavy aluminum painted bright yellow, nailed to the trunk 6 feet off the ground to delineate federal property. But this tag was brand new. The aluminum was unweathered, shiny, free of the lichen or tree sap that usually covered tags after a few months in the woods. I stepped closer through the slush to inspect it. Boundary tags are stamped with steel punches by cadastral survey crews to mark section lines and corner posts. They usually bear a survey year, a corner code, and the crew supervisor's registration number. I wiped the slush off the face of the metal plate. Stamped into the fresh aluminum were the following characters: USFS Boundary, Unit 4, Officer Daniel Miller, Badge 492M, date November 04, 1997. Odometer 84,219, my lungs seized. Badge 492M was my law enforcement badge number. The odometer reading on my patrol truck when I had left the Marlinton station that morning was exactly 84,195. With the 24 miles I had driven to reach this spot, my truck's current odometer reading was 84,219, and the date stamped into the aluminum tag was November 4th, 1997. 7 days in the future. I reached out with a gloved finger and touched the metal. The aluminum wasn't cold like the surrounding tree bark. It felt slightly warm to the touch, as if it had been stamped with hot steel only minutes before I stepped up to the trunk. I pulled my pocket knife out, pried the 2 steel nails out of the white oak, and slipped the stamped metal tag into my pocket alongside the microcassette tape. The tow truck and Earl arrived 2 hours later. Earl took one look at my pale face, my shivering shoulders, and the wrecked patrol truck, and assumed I was in shock from the close call with the haul truck. He wrapped a heavy wool blanket around my shoulders, sat me in the passenger seat of his Chevy Blazer patrol vehicle, and turned the heater up full blast. During the drive back to Marlinton, I didn't say a word about the boundary tag or the microcassette tape. I knew how it would sound. If I told Earl that I had found a tape 3 days ago describing this exact crash, and that I had just found a boundary tag stamped with today's mileage and next week's date, he wouldn't send me home to rest. He would have me relieved of duty and evaluated for a psychological discharge. In the Forest Service in the 90s, you didn't talk about things that didn't fit on an official form. The official accident report was filed as a non-injury collision caused by icy road conditions and brake failure on the logging transport. My patrol truck was towed to the district maintenance yard in Elkins for repairs, and Earl reassigned me to foot patrols and administrative duty, using an old backup Dodge Ram wagon that smelled of wet dog and hydraulic fluid. For the next 4 days, I tried to keep my head down. I spent my shifts reviewing timber cut volumes, clearing culverts along the lower valley roads, and staying out of the high country. But every night sitting in my rented cabin, I laid those 2 objects on my kitchen table: the yellowed Maxell microcassette and the warm aluminum boundary tag. They were physical objects. They were real. I could hold them, weigh them in my palm, smell the faint metallic zinc odor on the tag and the damp river silt on the tape casing. They weren't hallucinations, and they weren't dreams. Something in the Monongahela was leaving markers that moved backward or forward through time, leaving breadcrumbs along a trail I hadn't finished walking yet. On November 2nd, the weather took a turn for the worse. A major cold front blew down from the Great Lakes, dropping temperatures into the teens and burying the high elevations of Pocahontas, Webster, and Randolph counties in 8 inches of wet, heavy snow. At 6:30 on the morning of November 3rd, the emergency radio in my cabin chimed. It was Martha from dispatch. All district units stand by for emergency SAR deployment. Subject is Harlan Vance, male, age 52, local hunter from Buckeye. Last seen Saturday morning at the Cranberry Wilderness Trailhead off the Highland Scenic Highway. Vehicle located at trailhead parking area, covered in fresh snow. Subject failed to return to his hunting camp Sunday evening. All available personnel report to Marlinton District Station for operational briefing at 0730 hours. Harlan Vance was the brother of Clint Vance, the driver of the C&K logging truck that had crashed into my patrol vehicle 6 days earlier. When I arrived at the station, the parking lot was filled with vehicles: USFS patrol trucks, West Virginia Department of Natural Resources green pickups, volunteer fire department vehicles from Marlinton and Hillsborough, and several private four-wheel drives belonging to local search and rescue volunteers. Inside the briefing room, Earl had a large 4-foot by 4-foot USGS topographic quadrangle map of the Cranberry Wilderness pinned to the wall. The Cranberry is one of the most rugged and isolated wilderness areas in the eastern United States. Over 47,000 acres of roadless terrain, deep mountain hollows, vast red spruce bogs, and dense rhododendron thickets where the brush grows so thick you have to crawl through it on your knees. In heavy snow, with temperatures dropping into the single digits, A lost person in the Cranberry had less than 48 hours before hypothermia took them. "All right, listen up," Earl said, pointing a wooden meter stick at the map. "Harlan Vance went in Saturday morning through the North Fork Trail. His truck is sitting at the trailhead near Big Spruce Overlook. No tracks coming out. The snow fell heavy Sunday night, so any foot tracks are buried under 6 inches of fresh powder. We're breaking the search grid into 4 sectors." Earl tapped his stick on a section of the map labeled Sector 4. It encompassed a brutal, steep drainage along the upper reaches of Tea Creek, climbing up toward the rocky, hemlock-choked slopes of Black Mountain. "Daniel," Earl said, looking directly at me, "you and DNR Officer Clint Vance, Harlan's nephew, are taking Sector 4. You know the Tea Creek drainage better than anyone here. I want you sweeping from the stream bed up to the 500-foot contour line along the South Ridge. Maintain radio checks every 30 minutes on Tactical Channel 2. If the weather closes in and you lose repeater link, fall back to the timber shelter on the old rail grade. Do not push past the ridge line if visibility drops below 50 feet. Clint Vance was a lean, hard-faced man in his late 30s with sharp blue eyes and a quiet demeanor. He was wearing heavy brown canvas hunting overalls, rubber-bottom pack boots, and carrying an old wooden-stocked Winchester rifle over his shoulder in case he ran into trouble. He didn't say a word during the briefing. His uncle was out in that freezing wilderness, and every minute spent talking was a minute Harlan was losing to the cold. By 8:30 that morning, Clint and I were standing at the edge of the Cranberry Wilderness, stepping off the iced-over pavement of the Highland Scenic Highway into the snow-covered hemlock woods of Sector 4. The forest was dead silent under the heavy white blanket. The spruce trees were so laden with wet snow that their branches drooped to the ground, creating natural white tents around their trunks. The air was bone dry and cold enough to burn the back of my throat every time I took a deep breath. We walked side by side, spaced about 50 yards apart, carrying orange search flags, GPS units, which were early, primitive units back then, prone to losing satellite tracking under heavy tree canopy, paper quadrangle maps in clear plastic cases, and compasses hanging from cords around our necks. "Harlan!" Clint shouted at regular intervals, his voice echoing flatly off the gray sandstone cliffs above us. "Harlan, can you hear me?" There was no answer. Only the quiet hiss of falling snow clicking against the stiff fabric of our parkas. For 3 hours we pushed deeper into the Tea Creek drainage. The terrain became increasingly difficult. We were climbing steep, snow-covered shale slides, crawling beneath dense thickets of rhododendron, where the snow slid off the broad green leaves and down our necks, and crossing frozen mountain streams where thin ice cracked under our boots, revealing black, freezing water rushing beneath. By noon, my Motorola radio buzzed with static. "Patrol Unit 4, this is Marlinton Dispatch." Martha's voice came through, distorted by severe signal degradation. "Weather update. Cold front moving fast. Heavy snow warning issued for Pocahontas and Webster counties. Expect 8 to 12 inches by nightfall. Wind gusts up to 30 knots on the ridges. All search teams advise status." I pulled my radio from my chest harness, pressing the push-to-talk button. "Dispatch, Unit 4. Search Team 4 is currently at elevation 3,400 feet upper Tea Creek drainage. No sign of subject or track signs. Visibility is down to 40 yards. Proceeding toward the old timber shelter line." "Copy, Unit 4. Martha's voice broke apart into loud, crackling white noise. "Be advised. Repeater. Link on Black Mountain. Failing. Switch to channel." The radio went dead. A continuous, high-pitched tone hummed through the speaker for 3 seconds, then cut out entirely. The small display screen went blank. Clint walked over to me, his rubber boots crunching in the deep snow. He took off his glove, and wiped a layer of frost from his eyebrows. Repeater died? Yeah, I said, stowing the radio back in my harness. The ice load must have knocked out the solar array or the antenna link on the peak. We're on local simplex now, short range, line of sight only. If we get more than half a mile apart, we won't be able to talk to each other. Clint looked up at the sky. The gray overcast had darkened to a deep, bruised purple black. Snow was beginning to fall again. Not small flakes, but large, wet feather clumps that spun through the air on sudden cold gusts of wind that whistled through the high spruce tops. We keep going for another hour, Clint said, his jaw set tight. Harlan's got a bad heart, Daniel. If he's down out here in this weather, he won't make it through the night. I hesitated. Procedure called for turning back or holding position at a known shelter when weather degraded to whiteout conditions. But looking at Clint's pale, desperate face, I knew I couldn't leave him to search alone. All right, I said. 1 hour. We follow the old 1930s timber rail grade up to the CCC stone shelter. If we don't find anything by then, we hunker down in the shelter until the storm passes or Search Command pulls us out. We turned north, following the faint, flat bench of the old abandoned railroad grade that had been cut into the mountainside by timber crews in the 1920s. The rails were long gone, hauled away for scrap decades ago, but the flat, narrow shelf remained, winding around the contours of Rich Mountain through dense, old-growth red spruce. As we walked along that narrow bench, the atmosphere in the woods shifted. It wasn't a sudden change. It was a slow, suffocating weight that seemed to settle over the mountain. The wind, which had been howling through the canopy only minutes before, suddenly dropped to absolute zero. The snow stopped falling at an angle and began dropping straight down in heavy, unnatural silence. And then, the forest sound vanished. In the Appalachian wilderness, even in deep winter, there is always sound. The trickle of an unfrozen seep under the snow, the creak of ice-laden oak branches, the distant rush of wind over the ridgeline, the faint cry of a raven. But within 50 yards of walking along that rail grade, every background sound was cut off completely, as if someone had closed a thick velvet door behind us. My own footsteps in the snow sounded strangely muffled, deadened, as if the air itself was too dense to carry acoustic waves. "Clint?" I called out. Clint was walking 30 feet ahead of me. He stopped and turned around. When he spoke, his voice sounded flat, tiny, stripped of all resonance, like someone whispering into a mattress. "Did you feel that?" he asked, looking around at the white snow-draped trees. "Feel what?" "My ears just popped," Clint said, rubbing his temple with a gloved hand. "Like we just dropped 1,000 feet in a second. Pressure's weird." Before I could answer, my dead Motorola radio on my chest harness burst into life. It didn't static or hum. The speaker simply clicked, and a voice came through, loud, crisp, and clear, completely unaffected by the dead repeater link. "Marlinton Dispatch, this is Patrol Unit 4, the voice on the radio said. I froze in my tracks. Clint turned and stared at my chest harness, his eyes wide. The voice coming out of my radio was my own voice. "Proceeding north along CCC rail grade," my recorded voice continued over the tactical channel. "Located target items at mile marker 3. Subject Harlan Vance is non-responsive. Repeat, subject non-responsive. Position coordinates, 38 degrees, 21 minutes north, 80 degrees, 15 minutes west. Send recovery team with basket litter to CCC shelter location. Be advised, I am not alone at the shelter. Repeat, I am not alone." The radio clicked off. Clint took 2 steps toward me, his hand gripping the stock of his Winchester rifle so hard his knuckles showed white through his leather gloves. "Daniel, what the hell was that? Who was that on your radio?" "I don't know," I whispered, my heart hammering against my ribcage like a sledgehammer. "That was your voice, Daniel. You were standing right there. Your hands weren't even on the mic." "I know," I yelled, my voice swallowed immediately by the dead air of the woods. "I know it was my voice, Clint. Just hold on." I snatched the radio from my harness, clicked the channel knob back and forth, and pressed the push-to-talk button. "Dispatch, Earl. This is Daniel Miller. Do you copy? Over." Nothing. Only dead. Heavy silence. Clint was staring at me now, not with anger but with a creeping primal fear that mirrored my own. He raised his rifle slightly, holding it across his chest as his eyes scanned the thick white wall of snow and spruce trees surrounding us. "Something's wrong here," Clint said, his breath rising in thin gray plumes. "We need to turn back. We need to go back down to the highway." "Look," I said, pointing down the narrow rail grade ahead of us. Through the swirling curtains of snow, about 60 yards down the bench, I could see a dark shape suspended in the middle of the trail. We walked toward it slowly, stepping carefully through the 8 inches of fresh snow. It was Harlan Vance's hunting rifle, an old Remington Model 700 bolt-action rifle, resting horizontally across the branches of a young red spruce tree about 5 feet off the ground. It hadn't fallen there. It had been placed deliberate and level across 2 branches, like a display on a gun rack. There was no snow on the rifle barrel or the wooden stock, despite the heavy snowfall that had been coming down for hours. The metal receiver was cold, but free of frost or ice. Clint stepped forward, reaching out a hand to touch his uncle's rifle, but I grabbed his shoulder, pulling him back. "Don't touch it," I said, my voice shaking. "That's Harlan's gun," Clint shouted, his voice cracking. "That's his 300 Win Mag. He wouldn't leave his rifle out here in the brush, never." "Look at the ground, Clint," I whispered, pointing down at the base of the spruce tree. Beneath the suspended rifle, the 8 inches of fresh, powdery snow had been packed down into a neat, perfect circle about 6 feet in diameter. Inside that circle, the snow was gone, melted or cleared away down to the dark, frozen leaf mold of the forest floor. And stamped into that dark earth were boot prints. They were deep, clear impressions left by heavy, rubber-soled work boots. I knelt on one knee, my heart cold as stone, and looked closely at the tread pattern left in the frozen dirt. It was a Vibram lug pattern, with a distinct notched crosshatch on the left heel where a piece of rubber had been torn away by an iron boot jack. It was my boot print. I was wearing those exact boots. I reached down and looked at my own left heel. The notched crosshatch matched the impression in the mud down to the millimeter. "Daniel," Clint said, stepping back from me, his eyes locked on the ground, then shifting to my face. "What is this? What are you doing out here?" "I haven't been up this rail grade today, Clint," I said, standing up, holding my hands out to show I wasn't carrying anything. "You've been walking right behind me since 8 o'clock this morning. You know I haven't been here. Then why are your tracks under my uncle's gun?" Clint raised his Winchester, his thumb sliding the safety lever back with a sharp, loud click that sounded like a dry bone snapping in the dead air. "Where is he, Daniel? What did you do with Harlan?" "Clint, put the gun down," I yelled. "Listen to me. Something is wrong with this mountain. I found a tape 4 days ago with my voice on it. I found a boundary tag with my name stamped on it before today even happened. It's not me." Clint's eyes were wide, bloodshot, filled with a mixture of grief, exhaustion, and absolute terror. He didn't lower the rifle. He kept it aimed directly at my chest, his finger resting lightly against the curve of the trigger. "Back up," Clint said, his voice trembling. "Back up off the trail, Daniel." "Clint, back up." I stepped backward, taking 3 slow steps into the deep snow on the upper side of the rail grade. Clint reached out with his left hand, grabbed his uncle's suspended Remington rifle off the spruce branches, draped it over his shoulder, and began backing away down the rail grade toward the south. He kept his own rifle pointed at me until the thick white wall of falling snow swallowed his shape, leaving only the dark, receding smudge of his silhouette before he vanished entirely. "Clint!" I shouted into the whiteout. "Clint!" No answer, no sound of footsteps, no cracking branches. Nothing. I was completely alone at 3,500 feet in the cranberry wilderness. The sensible thing, the procedural thing, was to turn back immediately, follow Clint's boot tracks down the rail grade, and get back to the highway. But when I turned around to look at the path behind me, my heart stopped. The tracks Clint and I had made coming up the rail grade were gone, not filled in by fresh snow, gone. The 8 inches of white powder behind me was smooth, undisturbed, pristine, stretching back into the white mist without a single depression, boot heel mark, or broken twig. It was as if I had been dropped into the middle of this ridge from the sky. I pulled my hand compass out from under my parka. The liquid-filled housing was clear, but the red magnetic needle wasn't pointing north. It was spinning, not frantically but slowly, lazily, turning in a continuous, smooth clockwise circle like the second hand of a pocket watch. I was lost. Not lost in the way a city hiker gets confused by an unmarked trail fork, but lost in space and time, trapped on a mountain ridge that was rewriting its own physical markers around me. Cold wind suddenly whipped up from the drainage below, carrying with it fine icy snow dust that stung my exposed skin. Darkness was coming fast. The purple sky was darkening to a pitch-black night. If I stayed on that exposed rail grade, I would die of hypothermia before midnight. I remembered the destination mentioned in the radio transmission that had used my voice, proceeding north along CCC rail grade to CCC shelter location. I had no choice. I turned north and began walking into the deepening storm, plunging through the waist-deep snowdrifts that had accumulated along the narrow bench. I walked for 30 minutes, my legs burning with fatigue, my toes numb inside my boots, my breath dragging in ragged, wheezing gasps through my lungs. The temperature was dropping steadily. I could feel the skin around my lips freezing tight whenever I opened my mouth to breathe. And then, looming out of the gray dusk ahead, I saw the shelter. It was a rustic half-open lean-to constructed of massive native chestnut logs and stacked sandstone blocks, built by Civilian Conservation Corps crews back in 1936 to house fire lookouts and trail builders. The heavy shake roof was bowed under the weight of 3 feet of accumulated ice and snow, but the stone hearth and 3 log walls were intact, offering a barrier against the roaring wind. I stumbled under the low wooden overhang of the shelter porch, collapsed onto my knees on the dry timber floorboards, and pulled my pack off my back. I was shivering violently, the early stages of severe hypothermia taking hold of my body. My hands were stiff as wooden boards. It took me nearly 2 minutes to unzip my pack pocket and pull out my emergency matches and a block of compressed cedar fire starter. I gathered some dry wood shavings and pine needles left in a rusty metal coffee can beside the hearth, lit them with a match, and fed small hemlock twigs into the growing flame until a small yellow fire was crackling in the stone fireplace. The heat was instantaneous, blowing warm air back against my frozen face and wet wool trousers. I sat with my back pressed against the rear log wall, my boots drawn up close to the flames, my chest heaving as I tried to regain my breath. Once my hands stopped shaking enough to manipulate small objects, I looked around the shelter interior. In the corner of the lean-to, mounted on a heavy timber post, was an official USFS trail register box, a green painted sheet metal box with a hinged drop-down lid, designed to hold a paper sign-in logbook for backcountry hikers to record their names, dates, and destinations. I reached out, lifted the latched lid, and pulled out the logbook. It was a standard USFS spiral-bound, weather-resistant notebook with a green vinyl cover. The cover was worn, stained with water spots and red dirt. I opened the logbook to the first page. The entries were written in graphite pencil by various hikers, trail crews, and rangers over the years dating back to the 1980s. Names, dates, simple comments: good trail, saw a black bear near T Creek, heavy snow on peak. I flipped through the pages, my eyes scanning the handwriting, until I reached the final filled page near the back of the book. The entry at the top of the page was dated today, November 3rd, 1997. The handwriting was crisp, precise, slanted to the right, with distinct loops on the capital letters. My handwriting. I stared at the page, my breath catching in my chest as I read what my own hand had apparently written in graphite pencil on the rainproof paper. 16:45 hours. Ranger, Daniel Miller, badge, 492M. Shelter reached, fire lit in hearth, hypothermia, level 1. Subject Harlan Vance was never in Sector 4. Harlan died on Saturday near Glade Creek, 12 miles south. This location is not being used for a search. This location is being used to occupy me. Note for Daniel. Do not look outside when the footsteps stop at the drip line. It does not know what you look like until you look at it. I dropped the notebook onto the floorboards as if it had turned into a burning coal. My head spun. The heat from the fire felt suddenly suffocating, sickening, heavy with the smell of old wood ashes and something else. A faint, sweetish odor like decaying pine needles mixed with ozone. I sat frozen against the rear wall, my hands gripping the edge of my seat, my eyes locked on the open front of the lean-to shelter. Outside, the snowstorm was raging. White, thick blankets of snow were swirling across the open clearing in front of the shelter, whipped into frantic spirals by the roaring wind that screamed through the spruce tops. And then, the wind stopped. Just as it had on the rail grade, the howling gale died in a single fraction of a second. The white curtain of swirling snow dropped flat to the earth. Absolute, dead, acoustic silence settled over the shelter. The fire in the stone hearth was still burning. I could see the bright yellow flames licking up around the hemlock logs. But the sound of the crackling wood, the pop of the sap, the hiss of the smoke, all of it vanished. The fire burned in complete, silent pantomime. Then came the sound from outside in the snow. Crunch. A heavy boot stepping through the deep crust of snow 20 feet out in the clearing. Crunch. 15 feet. Crunch. 10 feet. The footsteps were coming from the direction of the rail grade, moving at a slow, deliberate, measured pace, exactly 4 seconds apart. Crunch. It reached the edge of the shelter's roof drip line. The footsteps stopped. I pressed my back as hard as I could into the corner log junction, my knuckles white, my lips pulled back against my teeth in silent, wordless terror. I remembered the words written in graphite pencil in the logbook. It does not know what you look like until you look at it. I forced my eyes down. I stared fixedly at the rough pine floorboards between my boots, refusing to look up at the open front of the shelter. 3 feet in front of me, at the edge of my lower peripheral vision, I saw 2 dark shapes step onto the porch timber. They were rubber-bottom pack boots covered in dark brown mud and wet snow, identical to the boots I was wearing. For a long, agonizing minute, nothing happened. Whatever was standing on the porch didn't move, didn't shift its weight, didn't make a sound. The air inside the shelter grew intensely cold, a bitter, unnatural frost that turned my breath to ice crystals that fell softly onto my knees. Then the thing spoke. It didn't use a throat or vocal cords. The voice originated from the air directly above the boots. but it was coming out in a flat, mechanical, fragmented stream. A grotesque collage of radio chatter, recorded log entries, and phrases I had spoken over the past month. Patrol log, October 28th, 1997, the voice said, using my exact pitch and cadence, but clicking like a broken magnetic tape between words. Engine stalled. On service road, 86, Daniel Miller, badge 4092, Harlan Vance, non-responsive. I am not alone. At the shelter. The voice paused. Then came a sound that made my blood run cold, a sound that was happening in real time. It leaned down slightly. I could hear the stiff canvas of a USFS winter parka creaking, the exact sound my own jacket made when I bent over. It took a sharp, raspy breath through its nose, the exact distinct inhalation I always took before speaking. Daniel, my voice whispered from 6 feet away, smooth and clear without any tape static. Look at me, Daniel. We have to finish the log. I closed my eyes tight. I bit my lower lip so hard I tasted warm, copper blood in my mouth. I screamed inside my own head, keeping my jaw locked, keeping my throat closed, keeping every muscle in my body frozen like stone. Look at me, the voice repeated, stepping 1 inch closer. The rubber boot toe was now touching the edge of my left boot. Earl is waiting at the station. We have to file the report. I didn't open my eyes. I reached out blindly with my right hand, grabbed a burning hemlock branch straight out of the hearth fire, and swung it with all the strength left in my body toward the shape standing in front of me. The burning branch hit something heavy, solid and cold as iron. A shower of bright orange sparks erupted across the dark shelter. There was no scream of pain, no grunt, no crash of a falling body. There was only a loud metallic snap, the sharp, deafening crack of a static discharge, and the sudden, violent return of atmospheric sound. The howling wind hit the shelter like a freight train. The fire in the hearth roared as oxygen rushed back into the room. The sound of thunder rolled across the ridgeline, shaking the stone chimney. I opened my eyes. The porch was empty. There were no tracks in the snow on the porch boards. No figure in the clearing. No green parka. Nothing except the swirling white mass of the blizzard sweeping across the high ridge of Black Mountain. I didn't stay in that shelter. I didn't care about the night, the snow, the 18-inch drifts, or the risk of freezing to death in the dark. I grabbed my pack, ran out of the lean-to, and plunged down the side of Rich Mountain like a madman, sliding down shale chutes, crashing through rhododendron thickets, tumbling over fallen logs, falling and scrambling back to my feet, driven entirely by a blind, primal need to get away from that ridge. I reached Forest Road 86 at 4 o'clock in the morning. I was found by a USFS search crew in a Dodge Ram wagon, driven by Earl Haddock, as I was crawling on my hands and knees along the icy gravel road 3 miles south of the Handley Wildlife Area. I spent 4 days in Pocahontas Memorial Hospital in Bucks Valley, treated for 3rd-degree frostbite on 3 toes, severe systemic hypothermia, deep lacerations across my face and arms from the brush, and extreme physical exhaustion. While I was in the hospital, Earl came to visit me once. He sat in the vinyl chair beside my bed, holding his green canvas cap in his hands, staring out the window at the snow-covered mountains. He didn't ask me what happened on the rail grade. He didn't ask me why Clint Vance had come out of the woods alone, claiming I had gone crazy and threatened him with a gun. Harlan Vance's body was found yesterday afternoon, Earl said softly, his voice dry and old. Down near Glade Creek, 12 miles south of where you and Clint were searching. Coroner said he died Saturday night. Heart failure brought on by exposure. I didn't say anything. I just stared at the beige ceiling tiles of the hospital room. The search and rescue team checked that CCC shelter on Tuesday. Earl continued, clearing his throat. They found your fire in the hearth, and they found the trail logbook. Earl reached into his jacket pocket, pulled out a small piece of paper and laid it on the bedside table next to my water pitcher. The logbook was ruined, Daniel. Looked like somebody took a blowtorch to the last 10 pages. Burned clean through to the back cover. But I found this sitting on the stone mantel above the fireplace. Earl stood up, put his cap on his head, and walked toward the door. Before he opened it, he paused and looked back at me. I submitted my retirement papers this morning, Daniel. 30 years is enough time for any man to spend in these woods. You ought to think about moving back east over the Blue Ridge. There's good forestry work in the Shenandoah Valley. Flat ground, clear weather. After Earl left, I picked up the piece of paper from the bedside table. It wasn't paper. It was a strip of masking tape that had been peeled off a microcassette. The same strip of masking tape I had seen on the tape found in the hemlock tree 10 days earlier. Written on it in crisp graphite pencil was a single line of text in my own handwriting. Patrol log closed. Subject returned to routine. I resigned from the United States Forest Service in April of 1998. I moved across the mountains to Staunton, Virginia, bought a small brick house in town, and started my timber appraisal business. I haven't set foot in West Virginia in Pocahontas County or in any high-elevation spruce forest in 29 years. I don't hike. I don't camp. When my family asks why I prefer the flat, open farmland of the Shenandoah Valley, I tell them I spent enough time in the dark when I was young. For nearly 30 years, I convinced myself that what happened in the Monongahela was an isolated spatio-temporal anomaly, a localized acoustic tear in the high-elevation wilderness that caught me in its teeth for 2 weeks in 1997, and then let me go when I left the agency. I kept 2 things from that season, locked in a steel fireproof box in the bottom drawer of my desk: the warm aluminum boundary tag stamped with my badge number, and the Maxell microcassette tape. Then, 3 weeks ago, on July 22, 2026, a thick brown manila envelope arrived in my mailbox at my Staunton office. There was no return address. The postmark on the front was faded, but I could make out the post office location: Marlinton, WV 24954. Inside the envelope was a single printout of a high-resolution photograph taken by a modern cellular trail camera, the kind used by game wardens and wildlife researchers that automatically uploads images when triggered by motion. The photo was stamped with a digital time and date header across the top banner. Location: Cranberry Wilderness, Sector 4. Date: July 19, 2026. 1422, Chaudier 8, EST. The image showed a snowless, lush green summer spruce forest along an abandoned timber rail grade. Standing in the center of the trail was a man. He was turned away from the camera, walking north toward a stone CCC shelter visible through the trees in the background. He was wearing a vintage green 1990s Forest Service parka with a law enforcement patch on the left shoulder, heavy canvas wool trousers, and rubber-bottom Pax boots with a worn notch on the left heel. Slung over his shoulder was a wooden-stocked Winchester rifle. And nailed to the large red spruce tree right beside the trail camera, bright, unweathered, shiny new aluminum reflecting the midday sun, was a Forest Service boundary tag. I zoomed in on the digital photo using my desk magnifying glass. Stamped into the fresh metal face of that tag were the following letters: USFS Boundary, Unit 4. Officer, Daniel Miller, Badge, 4092M. Date, October 28, 2026. Status, waiting at the drip line. October 28th of this year is 11 weeks away. I sit here in my office in Staunton every night now, watching the calendar on the wall, looking at that photo, listening to the quiet ticking of the clock, and wondering if I ever actually left that mountain in 1997, or if the man living here in Virginia is just the echo, waiting for the real ranger to finally step off the porch. When we pulled the 4-foot corrugated steel culvert out of the embankment on Old Grade 12, we found 3 yards of crushed cedar corduroy roadbed beneath it that had been laid down 90 years ago. And inside the compressed hollow of one rot-resistant hemlock log was a perfectly preserved pair of wet leather work gloves, holding a wooden survey stake that had been driven into the heartwood from the inside out. There was no seam in the bark, no saw cut through the timber, and no rot in the grain where the oak stake pierced the solid core. The wood had simply grown around the leather and the sharpened oak as if they had been placed inside the living tree long before the Civilian Conservation Corps ever cleared the right-of-way through the swamp. My name is Daniel Vance. I was 34 years old that autumn of 2014, working as an assistant civil engineering technician for the Luce County Road Commission in the Upper Peninsula of Michigan. My job was not glamorous, but it was essential to keeping 600 miles of gravel, sand, and asphalt passable across a county that was mostly peat bog, jack pine plains, and black spruce swamp stretching north toward the freezing coast of Lake Superior. I had moved up to Newberry 2 years earlier after 6 years with the State Highway Department down in Escanaba, wanting a quieter pace of life where I could spend my weekends hunting ruffed grouse and helping my aging father maintain his small cabin outside McMillan. The road commission garage sat on the south edge of town off M28, a long cinder block building with 8 bay doors that smelled perennially of cold diesel exhaust, hydraulic fluid, crushed limestone, and wet wood ash from the barrel stove in the corner. That morning in early October, the sky over the Upper Peninsula was the color of a bruised plum, dark and low, with the first real threat of lake-effect snow slanting down off Lake Superior 20 miles to the north. My supervisor had assigned me to work with Gus Kincaid, a 58-year-old road crew foreman who had worked for Luce County since he was 19. Gus was a big, quiet man with white hair sticking out from beneath a faded red wool cap, a heavy canvas Carhartt jacket stained with asphalt sealer, and fingers so thick from 40 years of manual labor that he struggled to use the touchscreen on the digital Leica total station we used for bridge surveys. Gus knew every swamp crossing, gravel pit, and timber-cribbed culvert in the county by heart, not because he read maps, but because he had laid the gravel and cleared the fallen hemlocks on most of them twice over. Old Grade 12 was a narrow seasonal logging road 5 miles east of County Road 407, cutting straight through the sand plains before dipping into a vast, nameless sphagnum bog that fed the headwaters of the Blind Sucker River. The road had been constructed in the summer of 1934 by CCC Camp Luce, built using the traditional Northwoods corduroy method. Workers felled cedar, tamarack, and hemlock trees, laid them side by side across the deep, saturated peat to form a floating log mat, and then buried the timber beneath 3 feet of crushed gravel and iron-stained sand. Over the decades, the county had paved short stretches of it, but the bog was relentless. Every spring thaw, the roadbed would sag, creating soft, sponge-like depressions that swallowed yards of crushed rock and bent corrugated drainage pipes like soda cans. We were out there that Tuesday morning because a 300-foot section of the grade near mile marker 8 had dropped 6 inches overnight, causing water from the north side of the bog to pool against the embankment instead of draining through the culvert. When the backhoe operator, a young guy named Pete Ellison, hooked the chain around the flared end of the 4-foot metal culvert pipe and lifted it clear of the trench, the sound was like a heavy boot being pulled out of deep clay, a thick, wet suction that echoed off the tall, dark spires of black spruce surrounding the swamp cut. Gus and I walked down into the trench in our rubber hip waders, stepping carefully on the slippery, reddish-brown water that trickled through the exposed subgrade. That was when Gus noticed the hemlock log. It was 12 inches thick, stripped of its small branches, and flattened on top where the weight of 80 years of truck traffic had pressed the sand into its surface. But where Pete's backhoe tooth had gouged the side of the log, a gap of clean, pale heartwood showed through the dark, iron-stained bark. Gus leaned down, his knees popping like dry twigs, and shined his heavy yellow streamlight flashlight into the fresh gouge. He didn't say anything for almost a minute, just took off his red wool cap, scratched the back of his neck, and spat a stream of dark tobacco juice into the muddy water at his feet. I crouched next to him, smelling the cold, stagnant stench of decaying peat and the sharp turpentine scent of freshly split hemlock. Inside the log, completely enclosed by 6 inches of solid, unrotted heartwood, were the gloves and the stake. The leather was dark and wet, but it wasn't decomposed. You could still see the fine cotton stitching along the thumb seams and the stamped brand mark of an iron foundry on the wrist cuff. The oak survey stake was square-cut, 6 inches long, with its pointed tip pointing upward toward the top of the log, driven through the grain from below. Gus reached out with a gloved thumb and touched the wet leather inside the hemlock core. He didn't try to pull it out, nor did he ask Pete to cut the log free with the chainsaw we kept in the back of the F-350. He just stood up slowly, wiped his fingers on his canvas trousers, and looked out across the bog. The spruce trees out there were stunted and gray, their lower branches hung with thick tufts of old man's beard lichen that swayed slightly in the cold wind coming off the lake. There was no sound except the idle rumble of the backhoe's diesel engine and the steady, rhythmic drip of iron-red water from the cut bank. Gus told Pete to dump 2 loads of coarse pit-run gravel into the cut, drop the new galvanized pipe, and backfill it before the rain turned the sand into soup. He didn't write anything about the log in the field book. When I asked him if we should take a photo with the digital camera we used for culvert inspection reports, he just looked at me with his pale blue watery eyes and said that county report forms didn't have a checkbox for things that didn't make sense, and that Chief Engineer Mark Ellison didn't like paying overtime for field technicians to stand around staring at old trees. We finished the pipe replacement by 3 in the afternoon, the sky turning the dark steel-gray color that meant winter was coming early to the Upper Peninsula. On the drive back to Newberry in the county truck, the heater blew warm, dusty air over our damp boots. But Gus kept his window rolled down an inch, letting the freezing forest air whistle against his ear. I couldn't stop thinking about that stake. I had a degree in civil engineering technology from Michigan Tech up in Houghton. I understood wood density, tree growth, fungal decay, and soil mechanics. For a pair of work gloves and an oak stake to end up inside the solid trunk of an 80-year-old hemlock, they would have had to be placed there while the tree was a sapling in the 1920s, or the wood had somehow formed around them in a matter of days. Neither explanation made sense. A sapling couldn't survive having a 4-inch survey stake driven through its stem, and hemlock trees don't grow around leather gloves without leaving a massive scar track through the bark and outer sapwood. That night, I couldn't sleep in my small rental house on East McMillan Avenue. The wind was coming out of the northwest, rattling the old aluminum storm windows and whistling through the cedar trees in the backyard. Around 9 o'clock, I took my laptop off the kitchen table and logged into the county's digitized historical archives, a repository of scanned surveyor field notes, CCC project logs, and road commission maps dating back to the late 19th century, when Luce County was carved out of Chippewa County during the pine logging boom. I pulled up the survey notes for Township 49 North, Range 10 West, Section 14, the square mile of forest containing Old Grade 12 and the Blind Sucker Bog. The original United States General Land Office survey had been conducted in November of 1852 by a contract surveyor named Hiram C. Wright. His handwritten ink script was faded, but perfectly legible on the high-resolution scan. Wright described the area as worthless tamarack swale, moss 3 feet deep, cold iron springs, timber small and tightly packed. But when I scrolled down to the CCC construction logs from October 1934, I found something that made me sit up in my chair. The project supervisor for Camp Luce on the old Grade 12 construction was a man named Arthur LeBlanc. His daily logbooks were kept in heavy canvas-bound ledgers, transcribed into typed reports for the Michigan Department of Conservation. On October 18, 1934, LeBlanc wrote a brief entry regarding the exact stretch of road where Gus and I had been working that morning. Station 114 Plus Osnerud to 118 Plus Osnerud, corduroy mat settlement abnormal. Laid 60 cedar logs across peat channel yesterday morning. By evening, whole timber mat had shifted laterally 6 feet north-northeast against the natural hydraulic gradient of the swamp. No bank failure or peat heave observed on south side. Crew foreman E. Vance reports strange resistance when driving center line stakes. Stakes go down 6 inches, then stop as if striking timber, though no timber exists at that depth. Vance reports timber seems to move beneath the moss. I stared at the name on the screen. E. Vance. My grandfather's name was Edward Vance. He had been born in Curtis in 1912 and had worked for the CCC during the Great Depression before taking a job at the lumber mill in Dollarville. He died when I was 7 years old, a quiet, stooped man who walked with a severe limp and never talked about his time in the woods. My father had told me Edward had suffered a crushed foot in a logging accident in the 1930s, but he had never mentioned that his father had worked on the very road I was now inspecting 80 years later. The next morning, Wednesday, the temperature had dropped to 26 degrees. A fine, powdery snow coated the hoods of the county trucks parked in the Newberry garage, and the gravel roads throughout the northern half of the county were frozen hard as iron. Gus was sitting at the wooden workbench in the back of the garage, filing the teeth on a chainsaw chain with a small steel file, his movements slow and methodical. I sat down on a wooden crate next to him and mentioned the name Arthur LeBlanc and the 1934 CCC logbook. Gus didn't stop filing. The smooth, rhythmic scritch of the steel file against the saw teeth was the only sound in the bay, punctuated by the occasional clatter of a wrench dropping on the concrete floor 3 bays over, where the mechanics were fixing a hydraulic line on an asphalt patch truck. Gus blew a light puff of gray dust off the chain, turned the wheel of the vise, and locked the next tooth into place. He asked me if my grandfather had ever talked about the winter of 1934. I told him no, that Edward had died when I was a kid and had never said much about his youth. Gus nodded slowly. He set the file down on the bench, wiped his thumbs on his jeans, and looked out the small, dusty window toward the pine trees bordering the yard. He told me that his own father had worked on that same CCCC crew under LeBlanc. He said that people in Newberry who were old enough to remember the 30s didn't talk about the Blindsucker Bog because there was nothing good to say about it. He told me that during the 4 months the CCC spent trying to build old Grade 12 across that swamp cut, 3 men had walked away from the camp in the middle of the night and were never found, despite search parties of 50 men scouring every square yard of timber between CR 407 and Deer Park. The official Army reports listed them as deserters, young guys from Detroit and Saginaw who couldn't take the freezing cold, the isolation, and the knee-deep mud. But Gus's father had told him that none of those boys had left their boots or canvas jackets behind in the tents, and that when the search parties dragged the deep water holes in the bog with iron hooks, they kept snagging onto heavy cedar logs that were floating 6 feet below the surface, packed so tightly together that the iron hooks couldn't penetrate the timber. Gus told me that on the night my grandfather Edward crushed his foot, he hadn't been struck by a falling tree or caught in a skidding chain. He had been standing on the center line at Station 114 Plus Osnerud with a brass-capped survey rod, while the survey crew ran final level loops before the gravel trucks arrived. Edward had set the point of the iron rod onto the top of a cedar log in the corduroy mat, holding it vertical for the instrument man 500 feet down the grade. Suddenly, the rod had dropped 4 inches straight into the wood as if the solid timber had turned to water, and when Edward reached down to grab the leveling rod, his foot was pulled sideways into the narrow gap between 2 corduroy logs. Not down into the peat, but laterally with such immense force that the iron toe cap of his work boot was crushed flat and 3 bones in his ankle were pulverized. The other men had to use 2 hand jacks and a 6-foot crowbar to pry the 2 cedar logs apart enough to drag Edward out. And when they finally freed his foot, the logs snapped back together with a crack that sounded like a rifle shot, sealing the gap as if it had never been opened. I listened to Gus, feeling a strange, dry coldness settling in the back of my throat. I wanted to tell him that wood doesn't behave like that. Timber has grain, structural limits, and elastic properties that can be measured in a lab. You can't compress a 12-inch green cedar log laterally without shattering the bark and splitting the fibers, and timber mats laid on soft peat don't move against gravity without a massive subterranean hydraulic load. But I didn't say any of that. I looked at Gus's weathered hands, at the deep white scar that ran across the back of his right wrist, and I knew he wasn't telling me a ghost story to pass the morning. He was telling me about a structural failure that had been covered up with 4 feet of county gravel 80 years ago and left to fester beneath the moss. By Friday of that week, the weather had turned vicious. A cold front pulled down Arctic air across Lake Superior, generating a persistent lake-effect snowband that dropped 6 inches of heavy, wet slush across Luce and Chippewa counties. The county trucks were out constantly, spreading sand and salt along M28 and CR 407, but the remote seasonal grades like Old Grade 12 were left to the wind and the wilderness until spring. At 3 o'clock on Friday afternoon, just as I was packing up my drawing tools in the engineering office, the emergency radio on the wall crackled to life with a transmission from the Luce County Sheriff's Department dispatcher. A hunting party from Lower Michigan had called in from a satellite phone near Deer Park. One of their group, a 62-year-old man named Donald Vance, no relation to me, though it made my heart drop when I heard the name over the speaker, had failed to return to their cabin off Old Grade 12 after going out to check a deer bait pile at noon. The missing man had been hunting near mile marker 7, less than a mile west of the culvert replacement we had completed 3 days earlier. Because the location was in our road maintenance jurisdiction, and the snow was getting too deep for standard sheriff's department cruisers, the dispatcher was asking if the road commission could send a heavy 4-wheel drive supervisor's truck with a blade to clear the grade for the search and rescue vehicles coming up from Newberry. Gus was still in the garage, standing by the oil heater with his coat on. He looked at me, gave a brief tight nod, and said we'd take truck 14. A 2008 Ford F-350 with a heavy front plow, a double-drum winch on the bumper, and a full set of tire chains in the bed. The drive north on CR 407 was slow and tense. The windshield wipers beat a steady mechanical rhythm against the freezing slush, clearing narrow arcs through the white blinding swirl of Lake Superior lake-effect snow. The jack pines along the shoulders were weighted down with wet ice, their lower branches arching low over the road like white ribs. Beyond the reach of our headlights, the forest was vast, black, and completely empty. There were no lights, no open stores, and no houses for 20 miles once you passed the northern tip of Tahquamenon Falls State Park. When we turned off the pavement onto Old Grade 12, the F-350 dropped into 4-wheel drive with a heavy metallic clunk that echoed through the cab floorboards. The gravel road was a rutted channel of gray slush and brown ice, bordered on both sides by dense thickets of black spruce and stunted tamarack. The snow was falling so fast that our high beams reflected off the dense white wall, forcing Gus to drop his speed to 15 miles an hour, the front plow blades scraping along the high crown of the road with a continuous, grinding shriek of iron against stone. We reached the search and rescue staging area near mile marker 7 around 5:30. Darkness had fallen completely, turning the woods into an impenetrable wall of shadow. Two sheriff's department vehicles and a tracked Polaris Ranger belonging to the Michigan Department of Natural Resources were parked in a small gravel pull-off near an old sand pit. Three men in bright orange canvas snowsuits were standing near the tailgate of a Ford pickup, drinking coffee from silver thermoses and talking to Deputy Sheriff Brian Kowalski, a guy I knew from the local summer softball league. Kowalski walked over to our truck, his yellow flashlight beam bouncing across the snow. He leaned his head into Gus's window, his face pale and wet with melting snow under his round campaign hat. He told us the situation. Donald Vance had gone out around 11 that morning to check a bait station located about 400 yards south of the grade, deep inside the sphagnum bog. He was wearing an orange jacket, insulated rubber hunting boots, and carrying a .30-06 rifle. He had taken a handheld Garmin GPS unit with him, but his hunting partner said he knew the area well, having hunted the same ridge for 20 years. When he didn't return by 3, his friends had walked down his trail. They followed his boot prints through the 4 inches of fresh snow for about 200 yards, until the trail crossed an old, overgrown logging embankment that ran parallel to the Blindsucker River. There, according to the hunters, the boot prints simply stopped. There were no drag marks, no signs of a struggle, no blood, and no broken branches in the dense spruce thicket. His tracks just ended on the snow-covered crown of the old log mat, as if he had taken a step into the air and never come down. The DNR conservation officer had taken the tracked Polaris out along the ridge, but the snow was coming down so hard that the missing man's back trail was already completely filled in by fresh lake-effect drifts. Kowalski asked Gus if we could use the F-350 to clear the old logging spur that branched off old grade 12 at mile marker 8, so the search team could bring their heavy rescue trailer closer to the search area. Gus sat quietly for a moment, his hands resting on the leather-wrapped steering wheel, the engine idling with a deep, vibrating thrum. He looked down the dark, snow-covered tunnel of old grade 12 toward the culvert site we had fixed on Tuesday. Then he looked at Kowalski and told him we'd clear the spur, but that nobody ought to go down into that bog cut on foot after dark, especially not with this storm blowing in off the lake. Kowalski frowned, asking if Gus thought the guy had fallen into an open water hole beneath the ice. Gus didn't answer. He just dropped the truck into gear, raised the plow blade 3 inches, and turned down the narrow, tree-choked spur road known as Old Grade 12B. The spur road was even worse than the main grade. It had not been maintained by the county since the late 1970s. Brush and young cedar trees grew thick along the shoulders, scraping against the doors of the F-350 with a sound like fingernails on a chalkboard. The tire chains on our rear wheels dug into the soft sand beneath the slush, throwing up dark sprays of muck that coated the rear window. We reached Station 114 Plazone Zered after 10 minutes of low-gear crawling. This was the exact spot where we had pulled the log with the stake out of the embankment 3 days earlier. The County Road Commission had filled the excavation cut with 2 loads of limestone gravel, but in the 4 days since, the new fill had already settled nearly 8 inches below the surrounding roadbed, forming a dark, saucer-shaped depression that was rapidly filling with wet slush. Gus stopped the truck right at the edge of the depression. He set the parking brake, pulled the shift lever into park, but left the engine running and the amber warning lights on the roof flashing, casting long, sweeping yellow arcs across the white snow and the dark, silent spruce trees. He turned to me and took a heavy 6-cell Maglite flashlight from the door pocket. He told me to stay in the cab, keep my foot near the brake, and watch the radio. He said he was going to walk 20 yards down the embankment to check the outlet of the new culvert pipe, to make sure the ice hadn't blocked the water flow and backed up the subgrade. I told him I'd come with him, but he put his hand on my shoulder, his grip surprisingly hard and firm through my winter coat, and told me to stay in the truck. "You watch the road, Dan," he said, his voice flat and calm, but with an underlying tension I had never heard in him before. "If you see the gravel in that hole start to move, you put this truck in reverse and you don't wait for me." Before I could answer, he opened the driver's door, stepped out into the freezing wind, and slammed the door behind him. I watched his yellow raincoat through the rain-streaked windshield as he walked around the front blade of the truck, his flashlight beam slicing through the thick snowfall. He moved down the side of the embankment, his red wool cap disappearing into the dark brush near the edge of the bog. I sat in the warm cab, listening to the deep, steady hum of the Ford V8 engine and the whistling wind in the jack pines. The amber warning light on the roof turned the falling snow into a rhythmic, pulsing halo that swirled against the dark glass. On the dash, the county two-way radio hissed with low, continuous static, occasionally interrupted by brief, crackling transmissions from the DNR officer searching 2 miles to the north. 10 minutes passed. Gus didn't come back up the bank. I looked out the passenger window, but I couldn't see his flashlight beam down in the ditch anymore. The night was intensely black beyond the radius of our headlights. The dense snow swallowed all light within 30 feet, turning the wilderness into a wall of gray wool. I rolled down the passenger window 3 inches. The cold air rushed into the warm cab, bringing with it the sharp smell of pine needles, wet sand, and that same ancient stagnant bog stench I had smelled on Tuesday. I called out Gus's name. There was no answer. Only the wind rustling through the dead tamarack needles and the steady, wet drip of snow melting against the hot engine block. I called his name again, louder this time, leaning my head out the window into the freezing draft. Then I heard it. It wasn't a shout, and it wasn't a scream. It was a sound that came from directly beneath the truck floorboards, a deep, heavy liquid movement, like a massive wooden structure shifting under immense water pressure. It sounded like dozens of long timber beams, buried deep in the wet peat beneath the gravel roadbed, rubbing together with a slow, rhythmic creak, creak, creak that vibrated through the metal frame of the truck and into my boots. I grabbed my flashlight from the seat, pushed open the passenger door, and stepped out onto the frozen shoulder. The slush was 3 inches deep, cold and slippery under my rubber boots. I walked around the front of the truck, keeping one hand on the cold steel of the plow frame, and shined my flashlight down into the drainage trench where Gus had gone. The beam of my light hit the outlet of the new corrugated steel pipe we had laid on Tuesday. The 4-foot galvanized metal cylinder was completely deformed. The top of the pipe had been crushed downward as if a 50-ton weight had been set on top of it, flattening the round arch into a narrow horizontal slit no wider than 6 inches. And from inside that crushed metal slit, a thick, dark stream of reddish-brown water was gushing out under intense pressure, carrying with it long, sliver-like fragments of pale, freshly torn hemlock wood. Then I saw Gus's flashlight. It was lying at the bottom of the ditch, about 10 feet past the culvert outlet, buried half deep in the saturated peat. Its yellow light was still on, shining horizontally through the thin layer of water. Gus was standing 6 feet beyond the flashlight, near the base of a massive dead tamarack tree that leaned heavily over the swamp cut. He wasn't looking at the pipe, and he wasn't looking at his flashlight. He was standing completely still, his boots sunk ankle-deep into the moss, his head turned toward the dark interior of the spruce thicket. I scrambled down the slippery bank, sliding through the slush and wet sand, calling his name. "Gus, get up here. The pipe's crushed. The whole grade is settling." Gus didn't turn his head. He held up one gloved hand, gesturing for me to stop. When I reached him, I grabbed his arm. His canvas sleeve was ice cold and soaked through with water. He was breathing heavily, his white hair plastered to his forehead with melting snow, his pale eyes fixed on a spot 20 feet inside the thicket, where a thick cedar log stuck out horizontally from the peat bank like an old pier post. "Look at the timber, Dan," he whispered. His voice was barely audible over the sound of the wind and the gushing water behind us. "Look at the timber, Matt." I shined my flashlight beam where he was pointing. The timber mat, the 80-year-old CCC corduroy bed that lay buried 4 feet beneath the road, was exposed along the eroded face of the ditch bank. It consisted of dozens of round cedar and hemlock logs 10 to 14 inches thick, laid side by side in a tight parallel row to form the foundation of the road. But they weren't parallel anymore. The logs were moving. It wasn't a rapid collapse and it wasn't a landslide. It was a slow, deliberate, mechanical movement. The heavy timber logs were sliding over one another like the fingers of 2 hands lacing together, their wet, barkless surfaces grinding against each other with that deep, wood-on-wood creaking sound I had heard from inside the truck. As they slid, they were drawing the wet peat, the snow, and the roots of the spruce trees down into the gaps between them, swallowing the earth silently and evenly without leaving a single pile of displaced soil. And then I saw what was wedged between 2 of the hemlock logs 3 feet inside the bank. It was an old leather hunting boot. It was attached to a brown canvas pant leg, soaked with water and stiffened with ice. The boot was pressed flat between 2 12-inch logs that had closed around it like a vise, the leather crushed so tightly that the steel lace eyelets had been flattened into the leather. I reached out with my flashlight arm, my hand shaking so hard the light beam bounced wildly across the wet wood, wanting to see if there was a foot inside the boot. But Gus grabbed my collar and yanked me back toward the road with a strength that nearly pulled me off my feet. "Don't touch it," he yelled, his voice cracking with a sudden, frantic, sharp terror that shattered his quiet demeanor. "Don't touch the wood, Dan." At that moment, a loud metallic bang echoed from the top of the road grade, a sound like a steel cable snapping under tension. We scrambled up the muddy bank, crawling on our hands and knees through the freezing slush until we reached the top of the embankment. The Ford F-350 was tilting heavily to the right. The entire passenger side rear wheel had dropped into a massive rectangular hole that had opened in the middle of the gravel roadbed. The hole wasn't a natural sinkhole. Its sides were straight and vertical, lined with the square-cut edges of ancient timber cribbing that had risen up through 4 feet of county gravel, like the walls of an open wooden crate. The truck's engine was still running, but the rear axle was hung up on the timber edge, the tire spinning helplessly in the slush with a high-pitched, rubbery whine. The amber beacon on the roof was still flashing, casting its yellow light across the hole. I looked down into the rectangular gap beside the truck's rear tire. The hole was 6 feet deep, filled with clear, dark bog water that was completely calm despite the howling wind. Floating 4 feet down in the icy water, submerged beneath the surface, were dozens of small wooden objects, bobbing gently in the dark current. They were wooden survey stakes, hundreds of them, square-cut oak and cedar stakes, all of them pencil-marked with station numbers, dates, and surveyor initials dating back 80 years. And every single one of them was floating point up, their sharpened ends pointing toward the surface like a bed of wooden nails. Gus didn't look down into the hole. He grabbed the door handle of the truck, reached inside, and shut off the ignition. The engine died instantly, leaving only the sound of the howling wind, the whistling ice, and that deep, subterranean wood creaking that seemed to be coming from every direction at once, from beneath the road, from the ditch, and from deep within the dark black spruce swamp beyond the ridge. "We walk," Gus said, his face gray and hollow in the flashing amber light of the roof beacon. We walk back to the pavement. We didn't take the flashlight from the truck floor. and we didn't go back for the heavy canvas coats in the rear seat. We just turned our backs on the F-350 and started walking west down the narrow, snow-filled channel of Old Grade 12B, heading toward the headlights of the sheriff's cruisers 3 miles away. We didn't speak as we walked. The snow fell in blinding sheets, blowing sideways across the road, filling our tracks almost as soon as our boots left the slush. Every 20 or 30 yards I could feel the ground beneath my feet give a subtle, sickening lurch. Not a shaking like an earthquake, but a soft, floating movement. As if the gravel road we were walking on was nothing more than a thin layer of sand spread across a vast raft of wet logs, floating on a subterranean sea of peat. Behind us, deep in the dark bog toward mile marker 7, I could hear the sound of the county truck's two-way radio. The speaker was still running on battery power, its high-pitched static echoing through the frozen forest. And beneath the static, carried on the cold Arctic wind, was a voice coming through the speaker. A clear, calm voice that sounded like my own voice reading from the culvert inspection reports, repeating the same sentence over and over into the empty woods. Station 114 Plazo Zero, timber cribbing sound, invert elevation normal. Station 114 plus 100, timber cribbing sound. We reached the pavement of CR 407 an hour later. Deputy Kowalski was standing by his cruiser with his engine idling, his red emergency lights casting long reflections across the ice. When he saw us walking out of the dark trees, drenched in slush and without our service truck, he ran forward, asking what had happened to the vehicle and if we had found any sign of Donald Vance. Gus didn't answer him. He walked past the cruiser, opened the rear door, sat down on the vinyl seat, and closed the door, staring straight ahead through the front windshield into the dark white storm. I told Kowalski that the road had washed out at Station 114 plus 100, that the truck was hung up on a collapsed corduroy bed, and that the spur road was completely impassable for heavy equipment. I didn't tell him about the leather boot, the survey stakes, or the log that had swallowed the galvanized culvert pipe. I knew how it would sound. A young technician from Escanaba panicked by a night storm and a road slump in the swamp. The search for Donald Vance was suspended the following morning, due to the severe blizzard that dropped 18 inches of snow across the northern peninsula over the weekend. The County Road Commission sent a heavy wrecker out to Old Grade 12 4 days later, when the weather finally cleared. I went out with the recovery crew. When we reached Station 114 plus 100, the F-350 was gone. The rectangular hole in the roadbed had closed completely, filled with 6 feet of packed gravel and blue clay that had been smoothed over as if no excavation had ever occurred. There was no sign of the timber cribbing, no open hole, and no crushed culvert pipe. The road surface was flat, hard, and frozen solid under 2 feet of fresh snow. The wrecker operator, an old guy named Artie from McMillan, walked around the site twice, looking at his GPS coordinates and swinging his metal detector over the frozen shoulders. He found the top 6 inches of our truck's steel plow frame sticking out of the peat bank 20 yards south of the road, down inside the sphagnum bog where no road had ever been built. The rest of the 3-ton Ford F-350, the frame, the engine, the winch, and the steel bed, was buried deep beneath 4 feet of frozen peat and ancient cedar logs, squashed laterally as if it had been drawn through a narrow slit between 2 massive subterranean beams. The official Luce County Road Commission incident report, filed by Chief Engineer Mark Ellison 3 weeks later, listed the loss of Truck 14 as an accidental vehicle loss due to catastrophic embankment failure and peat subgrade liquefaction during extreme weather conditions. Donald Vance was never found. His name was added to the list of 11 people who had disappeared in the northern half of the county since 1930 without a trace. I resigned from the Luce County Road Commission 2 months later, in January 2015. I moved down to Grand Rapids and took a job as a utility mapping coordinator for a private civil engineering firm, a job that keeps me inside an office surrounded by dry lumber and fluorescent lights. Gus Kincaid retired that same spring, 2 years ahead of his planned date. He sold his house outside Newberry, packed his belongings into a small travel trailer, and moved down to southern Indiana. I haven't spoken to him since the day I turned in my garage keys, though I heard through a former coworker that he doesn't like to drive on gravel roads anymore. I kept only one physical object from my 2 years in Newberry. It was a brass survey cap, a 2-inch circular marker stamped with Luce County Road Commission, Station 114 Plus Osnrud, 1934, that I had unscrewed from the wing wall of the old pine bridge near the site on the afternoon before the storm. It sits on the small bookshelf in my apartment living room in Grand Rapids, right next to my Michigan Tech engineering ring and my framed surveyor's license. It has been 12 years since that night on Old Grade 12. Most days, I can convince myself that what Gus and I saw was more than a rare, catastrophic combination of soil mechanics, peat pressure, hydraulic head, and severe cold. A complex structural failure of an ancient logging road built over an unstable glacial bog that my mind magnified out of fear and exhaustion. But on cold winter nights in Michigan, when the humidity rises before an Arctic blizzard and the radiators in my apartment building begin to clank and hiss, I stand by the window and look out at the quiet asphalt streets of Grand Rapids. And when I look over at the bookshelf, the small brass survey cap is always wet. It sweated a thin, dark layer of reddish-brown water that smells of ancient, stagnant cedar peat. And the stamped black numbers on its face, Stay 114 Plus 100, are no longer straight. They have shifted slowly across the smooth brass surface, moving 3/16 of an inch to the north, drifting gradually out of alignment with the metal edge as if something beneath the brass is still pulling them into the wood. The brass well cap on observation hole 4B had been bolted shut with 6 3/4-inch steel studs in October of 1984. Yet when Artie and I pulled the winch off the tailgate of our Ford F-250 in late May of 2007, 3 of those studs were sheared clean through from the inside, bent outward at a right angle as if something buried 90 feet deep in the granite had pushed up against the cast iron lid with the force of a hydraulic jack. My name is Mark Aaron Vance. I was 34 years old then, working as a hydrographic field technician for the United States Geological Survey out of our small sub-district office in Salmon, Idaho. That spring had been unusually cold across Lemhi County, with snow hanging low on the jagged peaks of the Salmon River Mountains well into June, keeping the river channels jammed with dark, slush-laden water that smelled of crushed cedar, wet iron, and old rot. We were assigned to run early-season maintenance and data retrieval trips on 18 remote surface water gauging stations and groundwater observation wells scattered along the narrow tributaries feeding Panther Creek, an isolated, heavily timbered canyon system cut through the ancient batholith that had seen a brief, violent flash of copper and cobalt mining back before the Second World War, before the ground was left to swallow its own ruins. Artie Miller was 58 at the time, a quiet, broad-shouldered man who had worked the central Idaho drainages for the USGS since the late 1970s. He knew every logging spur, decommissioned adit, culvert, and brass benchmark set into the rock from the Montana border down to Chalice. He didn't talk much while we worked, preferring to keep a rolled cigarette pinched between his thin lips while he checked the calibration on our shaft encoders or manually measured stream discharge with a heavy brass price AA current meter. But when we stood on that mud-slick shelf above Deep Creek and looked at those bent steel studs on hole 4B, Artie didn't light a cigarette. He just knelt in the freezing mud, touched his gloved thumb to the jagged edge of the sheared metal, and looked up at the dense, dripping canopy of Douglas fir that crowded the steep canyon wall behind us. The observation well had been drilled back during a federal groundwater survey in the mid-'80s, sunk straight down through 90 feet of fractured quartz monzonite into an isolated subterranean aquifer. It was a closed system, an 8-inch steel casing cap welded shut to prevent surface runoff or debris from fouling the water-level transducers inside. There was no gas pressure inside those formations that could account for that kind of sheer structural failure. Natural gas didn't occur in the central batholith, and even if an artesian pocket had built up under the mountain during the spring thaw, the casing was vented with a 1/4-inch brass breathing tube designed to equalize atmospheric pressure. I hauled the hand winch off the bed of the truck and hooked the cable to the eyelet of the iron cap. Artie took a step back, his eyes tracking up the narrow draw toward the abandoned workings of the Iron Mask mine, a long dead copper claim situated 300 yards up the creek, where the granite walls pinched into a dark, shadowed V-notch. The air up there was always 10 degrees colder than down by Panther Creek Road, smelling faintly of damp lime, cold rust, and the metallic tang of crushed pyrite. We cranked the winch handle until the cap gave way with a sharp, wet suction noise that echoed off the canyon walls. I expected the odor of stagnant water or swamp gas, but what rose out of the open 8-inch pipe was a sharp, icy draft of air that carried no smell at all. It was completely sterile, colder than the spring mountain air, and so dry it made the membranes in my nose ache instantly. I unhooked my Streamlight flashlight from my belt and shined the heavy beam down the steel pipe. The light died in the blackness after 40 feet. Static water level in hole 4B usually sat at 62 feet below ground surface. But when I lowered our electric water level sounder, a blue plastic tape with a brass probe at the tip that buzzes when it hits conductive water, the probe dropped past 62 feet, past 80, past 90, without a sound. The tape kept unspooling from the plastic reel in my hand. I stopped the tape at 120 feet. That was 30 feet deeper than the total drilled depth of the well. The probe wasn't hitting solid bottom, and it wasn't hitting water. It was hanging free in open space. Artie came over, took the blue tape from my hand and tugged on it gently. He didn't look down the pipe. He looked at the mechanical counter on the reel. He pulled 6 feet of tape back up, then let it drop again. The weight at the end of the line was pulling downward with a steady, smooth tension that felt wrong. Not like gravity pulling a 2-ounce brass probe, but like a gentle, uniform suction, dragging the cable down into a void that shouldn't have been there. We hauled the tape back up manually, winding it slowly onto the reel. When the brass probe came out of the mouth of the casing, it was bone dry. But the bottom 10 feet of the blue plastic tape was coated in a thin, greasy gray residue that had no odor. As soon as the mountain air hit it, the gray film began to dry, turning into a brittle, snow-white crust that flaked off in the wind like dried salt. Artie took his pocket knife and scraped a bit of the white crust off the tape into his palm. He rubbed it between his fingers. It didn't feel like mineral scale or calcium carbonate. It had the slick, dry texture of powdered talc or pulverized bone. He wiped his hand on his canvas trousers without saying a word, walked back to the F-250, and pulled out the logbook for the district. We had 36 stations to service that week before the major spring crest hit the main stem of the Salmon River, so we couldn't spend 4 hours troubleshooting an abandoned groundwater hole. We recapped the casing with 4 new stainless steel bolts from our toolbox, tightened them down with an impact wrench, and drove 2 miles down the logging track to Gauge Station 13A09. That gauge station was our main hydrologic monitoring point for the Deep Creek subdrainage. It consisted of a small, windowless shelter made of corrugated green steel, about 6 feet square, bolted onto a concrete foundation directly over a vertical steel stilling well that extended 8 feet down into the creek bed. Inside the shelter, a shaft encoder attached to a copper float and counterweight measured the rising and falling water level of the stream, feeding the continuous data into a Campbell Scientific CR1000 data logger, powered by a 12-volt battery and a small solar panel mounted on the roof. The walk from the truck to the shelter required crossing a narrow timber footbridge built over the roaring, muddy creek. The snowmelt was coming down hard, churning yellow-brown water over granite boulders with a heavy, concussive roar that you could feel in the soles of your boots. The mountain was shedding its winter skin, and the air was thick with the scent of pine needles, wet bark, and exhaust from our idling truck. I unlocked the heavy padlock on the shelter door and stepped inside while Artie set up our flow measuring gear on the bridge. The shelter was dim and cramped, smelling of wet cedar floorboards, spiderwebs, and dry battery acid. The digital display on the data logger was lit up, showing standard baseline voltage and signal strength from the GeoES satellite antenna mounted outside. Everything looked normal until I pulled the internal flash memory card to download the winter's continuous 18-minute stage readings into my field laptop. I ran the standard processing script on the laptop screen, watching the hydrograph curve draw itself out across the grid. Normally, a spring streamflow hydrograph looks like a smooth, undulating wave, rising slowly during the warm afternoon thaw, peaking late at night and dropping off in the chilly mornings. The graph for Station 13A09 wasn't a wave. Starting on November 14th of the previous winter, and continuing every night until the third week of April, the hydrograph showed a straight, flat line at baseline stage around 1.4 feet, until precisely 3:17 a.m. At that exact minute, the water level line jumped vertically to 8.9 feet. It stayed flat at 8.9 feet for 17 minutes, then dropped straight back down to 1.4 feet in a single recorded interval. No gradual rise, no recession curve, no wave action. Just a solid, rectangular block of displaced volume, as if 1,100 gallons of water were instantaneously dropped into the stilling well every night, and then instantly sucked back out 17 minutes later. I called Artie in from the bridge. He leaned his tall frame into the low doorway, his yellow hard hat scraping the steel roof, and squinted at the laptop screen through his wire-rimmed spectacles. He looked at the timestamp on the spikes. He tapped the glass of the monitor with his fingernail, right on the flat tops of those impossible rectangular blocks. He asked me if the float was hanging up on the inside wall of the pipe. I told him that if the float had gotten stuck on an ice ridge or rust scale inside the stilling well, the graph would show a smooth, flat line where the float stopped moving, but it wouldn't jump upward by 7 feet in a millisecond and hold that level before snapping back down. To register a 7-foot stage increase in a 9-inch stilling well, something had to either displace 7 vertical feet of water in the stream, or physically lift the float and hold it suspended in midair. Artie opened the steel access hatch in the floor and looked down into the dark column of the stilling well. The float wire, a fine strand of braided stainless steel, hangs straight down into the murky water below. He pulled the wire manually, lifting the float. The counterweight dropped, the shaft encoder spun, and the laptop screen dutifully registered a stage change. The mechanism was working perfectly. He let go of the wire. The float dropped back into the water with a soft splash. Artie stared down into the narrow pipe for a long time, his face shadowed by the rim of his hat. He said that back in '88, during the big fires that swept through the Chalice National Forest, a survey crew from the Bureau of Land Management had tried to remap the old underground workings of the Iron Mask mine up in the Draw. They had brought in a crew of 5 men with high-pressure air pumps and lights to map the main haulage adit, which went 700 feet into the granite before dropping into a vertical winze. Artie said the crew packed up their gear on the 3rd day, without finishing the survey. They left $3,000 worth of brass leveling instruments and rubber hose inside the tunnel. When the district ranger asked them why they pulled out early, the survey chief, a young guy from Pocatello who had worked underground for 10 years, refused to write a formal completion report. He just gave the ranger a hand-drawn sketch of the adit that showed the shaft ending in a dry granite wall that wasn't on any old plat map, and told him that every time they turned off their compressor to take an acoustic line-of-sight measurement, they could hear water rushing through the rock 6 inches behind their faces. But when they drilled test holes into the stone, the steel drill bits came back out hot, dry, and coated in a soft white dust that smelled like old lard. We finished our routine calibration, locked up the shelter, and drove back down Panther Creek Road toward the main highway. The sun was going down behind the Salmon River crags, casting long, bruised purple shadows across the gravel track. We didn't talk much on the 2-hour drive back to the Salmon Sub-District office. The radio was mostly static anyway, caught between the high canyon walls, except for the occasional burst of chatter from Forest Service fire dispatch or long-haul truckers pulling up Highway 93 toward Montana. The next day was a Thursday. I spent the morning in the basement archives of our office, pulling old paper survey records and hydrological quadrangle sheets for the Deep Creek Basin. The USGS office in Salmon is an old brick structure built in the 1950s, smelling of blue line blueprint paper, dry ink, and wet neoprene waiters. I found the original 1912 mining plat for the Iron Mask claim, filed by a company called the Lemhi Consolidated Copper and Lead Corporation. The map was drawn on linen in dark black ink, showing 3 upper adits, a lower drainage tunnel, and a series of underground stopes, following a narrow copper-bearing vein. But across the western section of the sheet, where the underground drifts ran parallel to Deep Creek, the draftsman had drawn a thick, cross-hatched boundary line in red ink. Written along the boundary in neat draftsman's lettering was a single notation: Void encounters 0 hydrostatic head. Drift abandoned due to unaccounted loss of timber ballast and acoustic distortion. Do not breach. I took a digital photo of the map with my camera and carried it up to Artie's desk. Artie was sitting in his swivel chair, drinking black coffee out of a faded ceramic mug, looking over the spring maintenance schedule. I laid the photo down on his desk next to his field log. He didn't pick up the photo. He just looked at it for a second, then looked out the window at the timbered ridges rising behind the town. He told me that when he started with the survey back in 1975, there was an old technician named Frank Lindgren who had worked the county for 40 years before him. Frank had lost his left hand in an accident up near Cobalt in the late 50s. Not to a cable winch or a tractor blade, but to an old 4-inch artesian observation pipe that had been driven into the bank of Panther Creek during a road widening project. Frank had been checking the water level with a steel tape on a freezing November afternoon. The tape had snagged on something down in the casing 60 feet under the gravel. Frank had unhooked the reel and tried to pull the tape up by hand, wrapping the steel ribbon around his fingers for leverage. Artie said Frank told him that something down in that pipe didn't pull the tape down with a jerk. It just tightened up slowly, smoothly, and relentlessly, like a heavy flywheel spinning down, pulling Frank's hand right against the sharp steel lip of the 4-inch casing until the bone gave way. When the road crew cut the casing open with an acetylene torch 3 hours later to free him, they found the steel tape jammed 20 feet down the hole, crushed into a solid twisted plug of blue metal that looked as though it had been squeezed through a wire drawing die. Artie told me that Frank never went back up Panther Creek after that. He took a transfer to the regional office in Boise, spent the rest of his career running urban drainage studies along the Snake River, and died in a nursing home in Nampa without ever coming back to Lemhi County. I asked Artie if he thought whatever was down in those old mining drifts was connected to the spikes on our data logger at Station 13A09. He took a slow sip of his coffee, set the mug down on a stack of river discharge reports, and said that the ground in central Idaho was older than the mountains standing on top of it. He said that when you drill a hole 400 feet deep into ancient granite, you aren't just opening a pipe for water to run through. You're opening a window into pressure systems that don't care about surface weather, rainfall, or stream flow formulas. He told me to mark the data from 13A09 as an instrumental anomaly caused by float sticking, submit the seasonal hydrograph to the regional office with a footnote, and leave the station alone until our next scheduled rotation in mid-July. Logical sense dictated I should have listened to him. I had a mortgage on a small 2-bedroom house on the north side of Salmon, a wife named Sarah who worked as an administrative assistant at the county courthouse, and 2 years left before I was eligible for a promotion to senior hydrologic technician. There was no professional reason to go back up into that dark draw by myself, but the spring rain didn't stop. By the second week of June, a tropical moisture plume, what the weather forecasters call an atmospheric river, stalled directly over the Salmon River watershed. It rained for 9 days straight, a warm, heavy, relentless downpour that melted the mid-elevation snowpack in a matter of hours. The creeks transformed into torrents of yellow mud, carrying uprooted Douglas firs, boulders, and road gravel down into the main river channels. On the night of June 18th, the stream gauge on the Salmon River at Shoup went past flood stage, and emergency calls started coming into our office from county road crews and the Forest Service. Bridges were being threatened along Panther Creek, and several low-lying culverts had already washed out near the old mining town site of Cobalt. At 4:00 p.m. on June 18th, the satellite transmission from gauge station 13A09 went dead. The last reading received by the satellite receiver in Wallops Island, Virginia, showed the stage at Deep Creek jumping from 2.1 feet to 11.4 feet in less than 20 minutes, a level that would submerge the footbridge and put 3 feet of water over the concrete foundation of our instrument shelter. Artie was pulled out to help set up emergency current meter measurements on the main river bridge at North Fork. The district chief told me to take the F-250, head up Panther Creek Road as far as the washed-out culverts would allow, check the physical integrity of our key stations, and pull the internal memory cards from any loggers that were in danger of being swept away by the floodwaters. I left Salmon at 6:30 p.m. The rain was hitting the windshield so hard the wiper blades could barely keep a clear arc on the glass. Highway 93 was nearly empty, the river running high and brown along the shoulder, carrying full-grown pine trees that looked like dark matchsticks tossing in the foam. I turned off the asphalt onto Panther Creek Road, dropping the truck into four-wheel drive as soon as my tires hit the soaked gravel. The road was a mess. Mudslides had brought cascades of wet slate and clay down off the cuts, forcing me to maneuver around fallen timber and standing pools of murky water that filled the road ruts. The canyon felt narrower than usual, the steep walls lost in a low, sagging ceiling of gray fog that smelled of cold mud and wet spruce. It took me nearly 2 hours to pick my way 12 miles up the canyon. By the time I reached the turnoff for Deep Creek Track, daylight was almost gone, replaced by a dark, wet twilight that turned everything outside the cab into shades of slate and charcoal. The logging spur-up Iron Mask draw was virtually impassable. A small slide had brought 2 medium-sized firs down across the track about half a mile below the gauge station. I couldn't get the truck past them. I parked the F-250 on a high gravel bench, turned on the emergency flashers, put on my heavy yellow rain slicker, and grabbed my gear. A heavy-duty mag light, a waterproof toolkit, a spare data logger, and my field notebook. The walk up the track was brutal. The rain was coming down sideways now, driven by a cold, cutting wind that channeled straight down the draw from the high ridges above. The creek was a deafening roar to my left, a brown, frothing monster that had carved away half the roadbed exposing jagged granite bedrock and twisted tree roots that reached out of the mud like dead fingers. When I rounded the final bend where the draw narrowed toward the Iron Mask mine, I saw the gauge shelter. The footbridge was gone. The heavy cedar timbers had been ripped off their stone abutments and carried downstream, leaving only the rusted steel tie rods bent double in the current. The creek had overflowed its banks, turning the clearing around the shelter into a knee-deep pool of eddying, foam-covered water. The shelter itself was still standing, its corrugated steel walls gleaming under the beam of my flashlight. But the heavy steel door was hanging wide open, swinging rhythmically on its brass hinges in the wind, making a sharp, metallic, clanging sound that cut straight through the roar of the floodwater. I unbuckled my tool belt, waded through the ice-cold water around the foundation, and climbed up onto the dry concrete pad at the threshold of the shelter. The interior was pitch black. I pointed my maglite inside. The instrument shelf had been ripped off the wall. The heavy wooden board, 6 inches of solid pine bolted to the steel studs with lag screws, was split down the middle as if hit by a sledgehammer. The data logger was hanging from its signal wiring, its small LCD screen flickering erratically, displaying nonsense characters and negative numbers that scrolled across the display faster than the eye could follow. The concrete floor of the shelter was covered in 2 inches of thick gray silt, that same bone-dry white powder we had found on the observation well tape 3 weeks earlier, now mixed with rainwater to form a slick, pasty mud that coated the floorboards. I looked down at the open access hatch in the floor. The heavy iron cover had been pulled off the stilling well and thrown into the corner of the shelter. The 9-inch steel pipe extended downward into the darkness toward the flooded creek below. I stepped closer, holding the flashlight over the open pipe, expecting to see muddy creek water swirling near the top of the casing. The pipe was empty. Not empty like a dry hole, empty like an open drain that was pulling air downward with a deep, rhythmic whistling sound that pulsed through the metal walls of the shelter. The suction was so strong that the rain dripping from the edge of my rain hat was being drawn horizontally into the pipe, disappearing into the dark interior in thin, curving needles of water. I reached out with my gloved hand, holding it over the mouth of the 9-inch casing. The air pulled against my skin was freezing, dry, and completely odorless. But as I held my hand there, the air current shifted. The downward suction stopped instantly, held its breath for 3 seconds, and then pushed upward. It wasn't a gust of wind. It was a dense, smooth displacement of air that carried a sound with it. It was my own voice. It wasn't an echo. It was a recording, flattened and distorted as if played through an old, degraded magnetic tape, repeating a phrase I'd spoken into the truck radio 2 hours earlier when I left the main highway. "Salmon, this is Vance. Moving up Panther Creek. Road condition poor. Standing by." The words didn't come out of the air inside the shelter. They came straight up through the steel pipe, carried on that cold, dry draft of sterile air that made the skin on my face turn numb. I backed away from the hatch, my heels hitting the base of the corrugated steel wall. My heart was hammering against my ribs like a trapped bird. Every rational instinct I had as a field technician, every year of training in fluid dynamics, open channel hydraulics, and physical geography, was screaming at me that this was impossible. A 9-inch steel pipe set 4 feet into a flooded stream bed could not be dry, could not pull atmospheric air downward against a 4-foot head of surface water, and could not play back acoustic signals recorded 12 miles away. I reached for my laptop cable to pull the flash card out of the hanging logger, desperate to get the physical data and get out of that draw. My hands were shaking so hard I dropped my screwdriver into the slick gray mud on the floor. As I bent down to retrieve it, the beam of my flashlight swept across the flooded creek outside the shelter door. On the far bank of Deep Creek, where the narrow trail led up toward the collapsed portal of the Iron Mask mine, something was standing in the downpour. It wasn't a bear, it wasn't a deer or a mountain lion. It was a tall, vertical displacement in the falling rain. A column of air roughly 8 feet high and 2 feet wide that was completely clear of water. The torrential rain didn't fall through it. The drops hit the edge of that vertical space and bounced off, sliding down an invisible curved surface like water running off a greasy pane of glass. It was standing perfectly still on the gravel bar, right where the old mine tailing dump spilled into the creek. I frozen on my knees in the doorway of the shelter, the flashlight beam fixed on that clear, distorted shape in the rain. Through the transparent interior of that column, I could see the dark background of the pine timber across the wash, but the trees behind it looked stretched, warped, and shifted downward, as if viewed through an extremely thick, hand-blown glass bottle. Then the column moved. It didn't walk. It didn't take steps. It drifted smoothly down the gravel bar toward the flooded stream, moving against the 15-knot wind that was whipping the fir trees into a frenzy. As it touched the edge of the creek, the roaring brown floodwater didn't splash against it. The current parted around that invisible boundary line, forming a smooth, horseshoe-shaped wake of dry, exposed river gravel that extended 6 inches deep into the stream bed. A sudden crushing pressure hit my ears, the exact feeling you get when a commercial airliner drops 4,000 feet in a sudden downdraft. My eardrums popped with a sharp, sickening pain. The roar of the mountain stream, the deafening concussive sound of thousands of gallons of floodwater hitting granite boulders, vanished instantly, not reduced in volume, gone. The canyon went dead silent. The only sound left in the world was the soft, wet click, click, click of the shaft encoder wheel inside our data logger spinning on its brass spindle, and the rhythmic, flat playback of my own voice coming up out of the stilling well pipe under my boots. Salmon, Vance, Panther Creek, standing by. I didn't grab the laptop. I didn't grab the memory card or my toolkit. I scrambled out of the shelter doorway into the freezing water on the clearing, dropping my mag light into the mud. I didn't stop to pick it up. I turned and ran down the gravel track toward where I had left the truck half a mile below. The darkness was total now. I was running blindly through driving rain, splashing through mud puddles 3 feet deep, my boots catching on exposed tree roots and fallen slate. Every time my left foot hit the ground, a sharp, cold vibration traveled up my leg through the thick soles of my work boots. Not a vibration from the ground, but a strange, high-frequency hum that felt like standing on the deck of a massive steel ship with its engines idling far below the waterline. The air around me smelled of that white, chalky mineral crust, a dry, alkaline dust scent that cut through the wet pine odor of the storm like bleach poured on dirt. I reached the F-250, tore the driver's side door open, threw myself into the cab, and slammed the door shut. I shoved the key into the ignition and turned it. The starter motor clicked once and died. The dashboard lights didn't illuminate. The entire 12-volt electrical system of the truck was completely dead. No headlights, no radio, no dome light. I sat in the dark cab, breathing hard, my hands clenched so tight around the steering wheel my knuckles throbbed. Through the wet windshield, swept by the fading red reflection of my taillight reflectors catching nothing at all, I looked back up the narrow track toward the draw. The clear column in the rain wasn't following me down the road. It was standing 50 feet away in the middle of the logging track, illuminated only by the faint, diffused moonlight filtering through the storm clouds. It had stopped right next to the 2 fallen fir trees that blocked the road. As I watched, the heavy trunk of the top fir, a solid 60-foot Douglas fir tree 18 inches thick at the butt, didn't snap or break under mechanical force. It simply sagged downward into the gravel, its dark wood fibers collapsing inward like a wet cardboard box, bending smoothly around the invisible edge of that clear space until the trunk formed a perfect semicircular arch over the track. The truck's horn suddenly blew, a single, long, flat note that shrieked through the cab for 4 seconds before the wiring harness under the dash burst into a small, acrid curl of white smoke and went silent forever. I reached under the seat, grabbed my heavy mechanical tire iron and pulled the manual lock knob down on both doors. I ducked down below the level of the dashboard, curled myself into a tight ball on the bench seat, pressed my hands over my ears, and closed my eyes. I stayed in that cab for 8 hours. I didn't sleep. I didn't pray. I just listened to the strange, dry vibration humming through the steel frame of the truck cab, feeling the cold, sterile air leaking through the rubber door seals, smelling that dry, bone-white mineral dust that seemed to fill the interior of the vehicle until my teeth felt gritty. At 5:15 a.m., the first gray light of dawn began to seep into the canyon. The rain had stopped. The wind had dropped to a quiet, cold breeze that rattled the dripping needles of the pine trees above the road. The sound of Panther Creek had returned, a distant, muddy roar that felt warm, real, and earthly. I pulled myself up onto the seat and looked out the windshield. The 2 fallen fir trees were still blocking the track 50 feet ahead, but the top tree, the one I had seen bend into an arch, wasn't bent anymore. It was lying across the road, broken into 3 neat, clean segments, the wood at the fractures completely dry, white, and pulverized into soft strands that looked like shredded asbestos. The clear column was gone. The track was empty except for standing pools of brown rainwater and washed-down slate. I got out of the truck. My legs were so stiff I could barely stand. The battery in the F-250 was completely discharged. The lead plates inside the casing shorted out by some sudden electrical surge that had melted the main fuse block under the hood into a lump of black plastic. I didn't attempt to repair the truck. I picked up my rain slicker, left the keys in the ignition, and began walking 12 miles down Panther Creek Road toward the Forest Service station at Cobalt. I reached the station at 9 that morning. My clothes were soaked through, my boots covered in thick gray clay, and my face was so sunburned from the atmospheric exposure that the skin on my forehead was peeling in long, white strips. A Forest Service road crew found me sitting on the porch of the locked station building. They brought me a blanket, a thermos of black coffee, and drove me back to the USGS office in Salmon. I didn't tell the district chief about the voice in the pipe. I didn't tell him about the clear column in the rain or the bent tree. I wrote a standard 3-page equipment loss report for the Ford F-250, stating that the truck had suffered a total electrical failure during the flood event and had been stranded on Forest Road 55. For Gauge Station 13A09, I reported that the shelter floor had been compromised by high water erosion, the shaft encoder destroyed by debris, and recommended that the station be decommissioned due to extreme geotechnical instability of the stream bed. Artie Miller didn't ask me any questions when I came back to the office 2 days later to clear out my desk. He sat at his computer, working on the seasonal discharge summaries for the Lemhi River, his back turned to me. When I picked up my box of personal tools and walked toward the door, Artie turned around in his chair. He looked at me over the top of his reading glasses, his face pale and worn in the fluorescent lights of the office. He said that a county road crew had gone up Iron Mask Draw on Wednesday afternoon with a bulldozer to clear the slide. He said they had brought a backhoe up to Observation Hole 4B to dig out the wellhead and cap it permanently with 3 feet of ready-mix concrete, under orders from the State Department of Water Resources. Artie told me the road crew operator, a local guy named Miller who had run heavy equipment in Lemhi County for 30 years, had dropped his backhoe bucket onto the iron cap to crush the bolts. When the bucket hit the cast iron lid, the steel boom on the 60,000-pound machine hadn't bounced or dug into the dirt. The hydraulic lines on the boom had all ruptured at once, spraying hot fluid 40 feet into the air, and the backhoe's bucket had dropped into the hole, not by breaking through the 6-inch casing, but by the bucket's 3-foot-wide steel teeth stretching and narrowing like soft putty, sliding straight down inside an 8-inch steel pipe until the boom was resting flat on the ground. Artie said the operator left the backhoe idling in the mud, walked 4 miles down to the main road, got into his personal truck and drove straight to Idaho Falls. He didn't come back for his final paycheck. I left the survey in November of 2008. I moved my wife and our 4-year-old daughter down to Boise, took a job as a utility designer for an engineering firm that designs municipal storm sewers and water mains for the city. It's flat, predictable work, concrete pipes, smooth asphalt streets, 3% slope calculations, and clear water running through clean, square gutters under the bright southern Idaho sun. I haven't been back to Lemhi County in 19 years. I don't go fishing in the mountain streams. I don't camp in the national forests. And I don't buy house lots that rely on private well water drilled into bedrock. 2 weeks ago, while I was clearing out old cardboard storage boxes from our garage in Boise to make room for my daughter's college gear, I found my old waterproof field notebook from the spring of 2007 tucked into the bottom of a plastic crate. The leather cover was cracked and stained with old mud. I flipped through the pages looking at my own hand-drawn hydrographs, staff gauge readings, and battery voltage notations for the 18 stations we had serviced that year. On the very last page, the blank sheet inside the back cover where I used to write down equipment serial numbers and tire pressures, there was a small piece of blue strip chart paper pinned to the cardboard with a copper staple. It was the paper backup chart I had pulled from the mechanical logger at Station 13A09 during our first visit in May, before the flood. I unpinned the chart and spread it out under the bright LED light on my workbench. The black ink trace drawn by the mechanical stylist 19 years ago still showed those sharp, impossible square wave spikes, the 1,100-gallon water displacements that had occurred every night at 3:17 a.m. Where the wet ink had soaked into the heavy rag paper back in 2007, the dried gray residue from the well water had crystallized into tiny raised white lines that felt like fine sand under my fingertips. I picked up my drafting magnifying glass and looked closely at those white, crystalline lines. They weren't random mineral scale patterns. The dried crust on the paper had formed a precise, perfect set of contour lines, a topographical map of the Deep Creek draw, showing the mountain, the stream, and the logging road. But 3 inches below the drawn surface line of the creek, carved deep into the granite bedrock beneath where the Iron Mask mine sat, the white lines formed a series of long, interconnected vertical voids that dropped straight down through the batholith, opening into a vast rectangular chamber 4,000 feet beneath the valley floor. Inside that drawn chamber, rendered in fine, perfectly straight white lines of dried salt, was a single string of numbers: 43.5, 77 degrees N, 116 to 146 degrees W. I sat at my workbench for 10 minutes with the magnifying glass in my hand, staring at those numbers while the late afternoon sun faded behind the Boise foothills. Those coordinates aren't in Lemhi County. They aren't in the Salmon River Mountains or the central Idaho batholith. They are the exact latitude and longitude of the municipal water well that sits 80 feet behind my house in Boise, drilled 210 feet deep into the gravel aquifer that feeds the cold, clear water into my kitchen tap every morning. The submerged acoustic Doppler current meter at Whites Creek Station hadn't failed because of a power surge or a floating log. It had been torn off its galvanized steel mounting plate 4 feet underwater and crushed like an aluminum soda can. When I hauled the submerged housing out of the freezing spring-fed pool, the 1/4-inch steel mounting bracket was twisted backward against the grain of the weld, and stuck between the crushed transducer head and the mounting bolt was a mat of coarse, oily hair, black as wet coal, stiffer than boar bristle and smelling faintly of copper and stagnant mud. The internal memory card was still intact when I pulled it back at the truck, but the data logs didn't show a flood pulse or a sudden rise in turbidity. Instead, 48 hours before the unit went dead, the hydroacoustic sensors recorded a continuous, ultra-low frequency vibration underwater, a rhythmic pulsing between 12 and 14 hertz that had gradually increased in volume until the transducer diaphragm shattered from the sheer physical vibration. Nothing living in the Missouri Ozarks produces a subsonic resonance capable of cracking reinforced glass underwater, and nothing native to these hills possesses the brute mechanical leverage required to shear 4 5/8-inch anchor bolts clean off a limestone ledge. My name is Ethan Joseph Mercer. I am 41 years old now, living in Missouri, where I spent 11 years working as a hydrologic technician for the United States Geological Survey out of the Midwest Water Science Center. The events I'm about to describe took place in the late autumn of 2013, deep within the Irish wilderness. A 16,000-acre roadless tract of the Mark Twain National Forest, tucked into the karst topography of Oregon County, just north of the Arkansas line. For over a decade, I kept my mouth shut about what happened out there because my job, my pension, and my professional reputation depended on staying quiet. But after years of sitting in an office staring at streamflow graphs and listening to the soft hum of fluorescent lights, I realized that silence doesn't erase what I saw. It just lets it sit in the back of your mind, like a stain that won't scrub out. Back in 2013, my primary responsibility was maintaining real-time stream gauges and hydroacoustic velocity monitoring equipment throughout the 11-Point River Basin. Hydrology in southern Missouri is a strange, complicated discipline because of the karst landscape. The bedrock down there is mostly Gasconade dolomite and Rubidoux sandstone, full of subterranean fractures, sinkholes, losing streams, and massive cave networks that carry millions of gallons of water underground before discharging them into deep spring heads like Greer Spring. A river might be running 4 feet deep in one reach, vanish completely into a gravel bed half a mile downstream, and reemerge 6 miles away out of a dark hole in a limestone bluff. Because of this subterranean complexity, the USGS maintained a network of automated stream gauges in remote hollows to track how fast rainfall was recharging the underground aquifers. The Irish wilderness is one of the most isolated pockets of land left in the Midwest. It gets its name from a Catholic priest named Father John Hogan, who led a group of impoverished Irish immigrants down from St. Louis in the late 1850s to clear homesteads in the dense shortleaf pine and white oak timber. When the Civil War broke out, guerrilla raiders and bushwhackers swept through the hills, burning the cabins and driving the settlers out. By 1865, the colony had vanished, leaving behind nothing but moss-covered cellar holes, stone footings, and overgrown wagon trails that were slowly swallowed by the woods. Today there are no paved roads, no power lines, and virtually no cell service. If you get hurt or stranded out in those hollows, you are entirely on your own until someone notices your truck hasn't returned to the district office in Rolla. The Whites Creek Gauge Station was always a pain to service. Located near the bottom of a steep, chert-littered drain that feeds directly into the 11-Point River, the site required either a 4-mile hike over rough terrain with 50 pounds of gear or a long, treacherous kayak trip down the river. The equipment sat in a reinforced aluminum instrument shelter bolted to a dolomite shelf just above the waterline, powered by a solar panel mounted to a pine trunk 20 feet up. When I hauled that destroyed acoustic current meter out of the creek bed on that late October morning, my first thought was human vandalism. In my line of work, you run into all kinds of strange behavior in the backcountry. Hunters shoot at rain gauges, kids throw rocks through solar panels, and illegal moonshiners or marijuana growers sometimes tamper with equipment if they think it has a camera attached. But as I sat on a flat dolomite boulder with the heavy aluminum housing in my lap, the vandalism theory started to fall apart. The housing was made of cast marine-grade aluminum, half an inch thick. To crush it, something had to exert pressure from both sides simultaneously, like a vice. There were no hammer marks, no tool gouges, and no burn marks from a torch. The black hair wedged in the bracket was thick, almost like wet wire, and when I pulled a few strands free, I noticed they were hollow under a hand lens, but far denser than deer or black bear fur. I bagged the hair sample in a plastic evidence bag from my kit, pulled the diagnostic memory card, and packed the mangled housing into my frame pack. The walk back to my USGS four-wheel drive truck took nearly 2 hours, picking my way up a dry branch bed littered with loose chert gravel and rotting red oak leaves. The forest was unusually quiet for late October. Normally, the hollows are full of blue jays, gray squirrels, and the rustle of wind through the scrub oak. But that morning, the air was dead still, heavy with the scent of damp loam and decay. When I got back to the district field office, I laid the crushed housing on the workbench in the maintenance shop. My supervisor, Walter McAllister, a 30-year veteran of the survey who spent more time dealing with regional budget spreadsheets than field work, came out with a cup of black coffee and squinted at the metal. Walter tapped the crushed aluminum with a screwdriver and shook his head. He told me a heavy oak log must have come down during the last high water event, got caught in an eddy, and jammed the unit against the limestone shelf. He said the hydraulic pressure of a flash flood in a narrow karst channel could crush a steel oil drum if the angle was right. When I reminded him that the stream stage logs showed White's Creek hadn't risen more than 3 inches in the past month, Walter just shrugged and said the pressure transducer probably malfunctioned and cleared its memory. As for the hair, he brushed it off as a dead wild boar or a black bear rubbing against the bracket before the log hit it. He told me to file an equipment loss report, order a replacement sensor, and get back out there before the next weather front rolled through. That was the standard official response. Find the most logical, mundane explanation that fits the paperwork and move on. But I knew the hydrograph didn't lie. Water doesn't rise 4 feet without leaving a footprint on downstream stage recorders, and the downstream station on the 11-Point River at Turner Mill hadn't registered a single CFS increase in flow. Unsatisfied with Walter's brush-off, I reached out to Ray Gentry. Ray was a senior conservation agent with the Missouri Department of Conservation, assigned to Oregon and Carter counties. He was 48 at the time, a quiet, broad-shouldered man who had grown up hunting turkey and whitetails in these exact hills. If anyone knew what was moving through the Irish wilderness, it was Ray. We met 2 days later at a small diner on the outskirts of Alton. Over coffee and eggs, I laid out the memory card data printouts and showed him the high-resolution photos I had taken of the crushed housing and the hair sample. Ray didn't laugh, and he didn't try to hand me a corporate line about floating logs. He took out his reading glasses, studied the photos for a long time, and then picked up the small plastic bag containing the black bristles. Ray told me that over the past 6 weeks he had taken 4 separate calls from landowners bordering the western edge of the wilderness, near the old community of Thomasville. They were reporting lost livestock, not calves or sheep, which coyotes or rogue dogs might take, but full-grown steers and heavy breeding sows. 2 of the farmers reported finding their animals near dry creek beds with their necks broken clean, their ribs caved in, and large portions of the quarters left untouched. One old farmer had sworn up and down that whatever was killing his cattle was jumping 6-foot woven wire fences without touching the top strand, carrying a 300-pound calf in its jaws. Ray had run game cameras along several timber access trails near Briar Creek for 3 weeks, but the cameras kept turning up dead. When he retrieved them, the plastic housings were cracked, the infrared lenses were shattered, and the internal batteries were completely drained as if exposed to a massive electrical short. He agreed to hike back down into White's Creek with me on Friday morning to take a closer look at the limestone bluffs surrounding the stream gauge. Friday brought a damp, gray mist that hung low over the ridges, turning the short-leaf pines into tall, dark silhouettes against the sky. We parked Ray's green MDC truck at an old logging landing off County Road 115 and walked down into the hollow on foot, carrying heavy flashlights, a field diagnostic kit, and Ray's service sidearm, a .40 caliber Glock that felt slightly reassuring amidst the growing weight of the woods. As we descended into the Whites Creek drainage, the temperature dropped noticeably. Cold air always settles in the Ozark hollows, but this was different. A wet, bone-chilling draft that seemed to blow directly out of the ground. The karst terrain down there is full of blowholes, small, narrow cave vents in the dolomite that breathe air out of the subterranean passages, depending on atmospheric pressure. We reached the gauge shelf around mid-morning. The stream was low and clear, slipping quietly over a bed of gray chert and water-worn limestone. Ray knelt down on the rock ledge where the stream gauge had been mounted. He pulled a heavy tactical flashlight from his belt and shone it into the clear water. About 10 feet upstream from the bracket, where the creek flowed out of a deep pool beneath an overhanging bluff, Ray stopped the beam. In the soft sandy silt at the bottom of the pool, under 3 feet of crystal-clear spring water, were 4 deep, distinct depressions. They weren't human footprints, and they weren't the triangular tracks of a beaver or the rounded pads of a black bear. They were broad, heavy, 4-toed impressions, nearly 9 inches wide, with thick, blunt claw marks driven deep into the compacted silt. The edges of the tracks were still sharp, meaning whatever had left them had walked through the water within the last 24 hours. Ray leaned over the water, his face pale. He pointed the light at the muddy bank rising out of the pool. The tracks continued up the slope, tearing through the heavy fern cover and gouging deep trenches into the wet dolomite soil. We followed the trail up the bank toward the base of the bluff. The limestone wall rose 30 feet above us, covered in gray lichen and damp moss. About 12 feet off the ground, tucked into a narrow horizontal fissure in the rock, was a clump of shredded red cedar bark. Wedged beside the bark was the carcass of a half-grown white-tailed deer. Ray and I stood there in silence for a long time, looking up at that ledge. The deer hadn't been dragged up there by a bobcat or a cougar. Its body was wedged tight into a crevice barely 6 inches wide, its ribcage crushed flat like a dried leaf, and its hind legs dangling limply over the dolomite edge. There were no bite marks on the exposed flesh, no skin peeled back, and no sign of feeding. It was as if something had simply grabbed the animal, squeezing the life out of it, and jammed it into the rock face out of reach. Ray pulled his camera out and took 6 photos of the carcass and the tracks. As he was adjusting his flash, a low sound drifted down from the upper ridge, a sound that made both of us instantly freeze. It wasn't a scream, and it wasn't the high-pitched howl of a coyote pack. It was a heavy, wet, chest-deep bellow that seemed to start as a low rumble beneath our boots before rising into a harsh, rasping blare, like the sound of an elk bugle mixed with the guttural roar of a bull and the screech of iron wheels on a train track. The sound vibrated through the air with such intensity that I felt my chest cavity throb in time with the tone. It echoed off the dolomite bluffs, bouncing from one wall of the hollow to the other, making it completely impossible to pinpoint where it was coming from. It sounded like it was 500 yards up the ridge, and at the same time right behind us in the dark mouth of the blowhole. Ray had his Glock out before the echo had even died away. His knuckles were white against the grip, and his eyes darted frantically across the thick brush on the opposite slope. The woods around us had gone dead silent. Not a bird chirped, not a squirrel moved. Not even the wind seemed to rustle the dead red oak leaves hanging from the branches. We stood back to back on that limestone shelf for 20 minutes, listening to the drip of spring water and the sound of our own heavy breathing. Nothing came out of the brush. Nothing moved along the top of the bluff. But the feeling of being watched was so heavy, so suffocating, that my skin felt prickled with cold sweat beneath my thermal jacket. Eventually, Ray cleared his throat, his voice tight and unnatural. He told me we were leaving. We didn't walk back to the truck. We moved at a rapid, tense pace, constantly checking our shoulders, with Ray keeping his sidearm drawn until we reached the gravel road and locked ourselves inside his cabin. That afternoon, Ray drove us out to a small homestead off Highway 19, near the old Thomasville Road. The property belonged to an 82-year-old man named Harv Miller. Harv was a lifelong resident of Oregon County, a retired timber cutter and cattle farmer whose family had worked the edges of the Irish wilderness since the 1880s. Harv lived alone in a weathered oak frame house with a rusted tin roof, surrounded by 50 acres of brushy pasture that sloped down into the timberline. Harv met us on the front porch, leaning on a hickory cane. He looked at Ray's uniform, then at the muddy USGS logo on my jacket, and invited us inside without a word. The kitchen smelled of wood smoke, lard, and old wool. Ray laid out the photos he had taken at White's Creek, the crushed censer, the tracks underwater, and the deer carcass wedged into the rock fissure. Harv picked up the photos one by one, holding them close to his thick spectacles. He didn't look surprised. He set them down on the oilcloth table, leaned back in his wooden chair, and spat into an old coffee can beside his boot. Harv told us that what we were dealing with wasn't a bear, and it wasn't a stray mountain lion from out west. He said his grandfather had talked about it back in the 1920s, when the timber companies were clear-cutting the big short-leaf pine stands across the Ozark Plateau. The old-timers called it the night howler, or the horned bear of the hollows. Harv said it wasn't something that lived out in the open woods like a deer or a turkey. It belonged to the deep karst, the endless subterranean sinkholes, dark caves, and underground river channels that run beneath southern Missouri. It stayed underground during the hot summer months, coming up only through the deepest blowholes during the late autumn and early winter, when the subterranean water levels rose and pushed it out into the open hollows. According to Harv's grandfather, the creature wasn't a ghost or a spirit. It was an animal, something heavy, broad, black-furred, and thick-skulled, with dark bone ridges or blunt horn-like protuberances sweeping back over its head. It was built for the dark, damp, narrow subterranean passages, with broad pads made for gripping wet limestone, and a voice that could stun prey in closed quarters using pure sound. The old settlers knew when it was out, because the livestock would refuse to graze near the forest edge, and the dogs would sit under the porch and howl until their throats were raw. Harv looked straight at me with his pale, clouded eyes, and said that back in 1948, his uncle had tracked one after it dragged a sheep out of their barnyard. They followed the blood trail 2 miles into the Irish wilderness, down into a giant collapsed sinkhole known as the Devil's Den. They found the sheep hanging 20 feet up in a sycamore tree and sitting at the bottom of the sinkhole, in the shadows of a wet cave entrance, with something black, low to the ground, and broad as an ox. Harv's uncle fired 2 rounds from a .30-30 rifle into its chest. The bullets hit it, but the creature didn't fall. It uttered a roar that knocked both men off their feet, killed their 3 hunting dogs on the spot with some kind of sheer acoustic shock, and vanished into the dark cave system. Neither man ever set foot in the Irish wilderness again. I tried to process what Harv was saying through my training as a technician. I thought about species survival, population densities, and evolutionary biology. How could a massive, unclassified apex predator exist in the middle of the United States without being officially documented by science? But then I thought about the geology of the Ozarks. There are over 7,000 documented caves in Missouri, and thousands more that have no humanly accessible entrance. Endless miles of unmapped pitch-black limestone conduits stretching hundreds of feet below the earth, untouched by sunlight, filled with air currents and clean spring water. If a broad, heavy subterranean mammal had evolved to navigate those damp, silent worlds, only emerging during extreme seasonal water changes, it could easily avoid human contact for generations. Ray didn't push back on Harv's story. He sat quietly, nodding slowly, staring at the scarred linoleum floor. When we left the house, Ray turned to me by his truck and told me he was going to submit a confidential report to the MDC regional supervisor in West Plains, recommending a temporary closure of the Whites Creek Trail system for public safety due to aggressive bear activity. 2 weeks passed. The weather in southern Missouri took a sharp turn for the worse. A massive, slow-moving Arctic cold front collided with moist air pushing up from the Gulf of Mexico, bringing torrential downpours, thick mountain fog, and dropping temperatures into the mid-30s. The small streams across Oregon County began to rise rapidly, filling the dry branch beds and flushing gravel down the hollows. On the night of November 12, 2013, I was sitting in my small rented house in Rolla when my USGS laptop chimed with an automated system alert. The satellite telemetry signal from the main 11-Point Bluff hydro station, located half a mile downstream from the Whites Creek confluence, had gone offline. Before the signal died, the automated pressure transducer had logged a violent, instantaneous 3-foot spike in river stage height. It wasn't a smooth, parabolic hydrograph curve caused by surface runoff. It was an abrupt vertical wall of water displacement that lasted for 2 minutes before the sensor telemetry severed completely. The 11-Point Bluff station was one of our primary flood warning sites for downriver communities like Thomasville and Doniphan. If the internal logger was damaged or flooding was imminent, I was required by protocol to conduct an emergency site inspection to retrieve the manual data card and verify the physical condition of the gauge. I called Walter McAllister at his home. He grumbled over the phone, told me it was probably a lightning strike or a blown solar regulator, but gave me authorization to take the 4-wheel drive service truck out first thing in the morning. I couldn't wait until morning. I knew that if the storm continued, the access trail off County Road 115 would become completely impassable with mud and fallen timber. I picked up my phone and called Ray Gentry. Ray answered on the second ring. When I told him about the sudden 3-foot water spike at the 11-Point Bluff station, his tone instantly changed. He didn't argue. He said he would grab his foul-weather gear, a high-lumen spotlight, and his heavy-gauge Marlin 4570 lever-action guide gun, a brush rifle built for dangerous game, and meet me at the trailhead in 2 hours. I reached the wilderness boundary around 9 o'clock that night. The storm was in full force. Rain was coming down in thick, blinding sheets, rattling against the windshield of the USGS truck like handfuls of gravel. The wind was whipping through the upper canopy of the short-leaf pines, tearing off dead branches and sending oak leaves plastering against the wet glass. The fog was thick, rolling out of the timber hollows like heavy gray smoke, reducing my headlights to a dull, milky glare. Ray pulled up 5 minutes later in his MDC truck. He got out, wearing a heavy green rubber raincoat and ducking against the deluge. He walked over to my window, pulled his rain hat low, and handed me a heavy waterproof spotlight. His expression was grim, his eyes narrow and tired. We left our vehicles parked on the muddy logging landing, locked the doors, and set off into the Irish wilderness on foot. The hike down into the Whites Creek drainage that night was one of the most agonizing experiences of my life. The narrow trail was a river of liquid red clay and slick chert stones. Leaves slick with ice water made every footstep a hazard. The darkness was absolute. A heavy, suffocating blackness that seemed to swallow the beams of our flashlights after 20 feet. The wind roared through the high pine ridge above us, but down in the hollows, the air was eerily still, heavy with the cold smell of wet limestone, decaying vegetation, and something else. A sharp, pungent metallic odor that smelled like copper pennies and ozone. As we descended deeper into the drainage, the sound of White's Creek grew louder. What was usually a quiet, knee-deep spring branch had turned into a roaring brown torrent, churning over boulders and ripping brush from the banks. We reached the 11-Point Bluff gauge station around 10:30. The station consisted of a heavy, walk-in aluminum equipment shelter, about 8 feet tall and 6 feet wide, bolted directly to a high dolomite ledge 15 feet above the normal river level. A heavy galvanized steel conduit ran from the shelter down the face of the cliff into the river pool below, carrying the wires for the pressure transducer and acoustic sensors. Ray and I scrambled up the slick dolomite slope to the shelter. Rain was pounding on the aluminum roof with a deafening roar. Ray stood guard on the narrow rock shelf, his Marlin 45-70 held across his chest, his spotlight sweeping the dark timber line along the opposite bank while I unlocked the heavy padlock on the shelter door and stepped inside. The inside of the shelter smelled of dry dust, warm electrical components, and lead-acid batteries. I pulled my Toughbook computer from my dry bag, plugged the interface cable into the master data logger, and initiated a manual system diagnostic. The data screen flickered to life. I bypassed the main error screen and pulled up the raw sensor logs from the past 6 hours. What I saw made the blood run cold in my veins. At 8:14 p.m., 45 minutes before the signal failed, the underwater hydroacoustic sensors had registered a sudden, massive increase in ambient sound pressure. But it wasn't the sound of rushing water or grinding gravel. It was the same 12 to 14 hertz subsonic pulse I had found on the crushed sensor weeks earlier, except this time, the amplitude was 4 times higher. The vibration had lasted for 12 continuous minutes, shaking the water column so violently that the pressure transducer had registered the acoustic wave as a 3-foot wall of physical water displacement. Then, at 8:26 p.m., the cable was severed. Suddenly, the small digital screen on my Toughbook began to flicker violently. Lines of static washed across the monitor. The battery indicator jumped wildly from 80% to 0, then back to 90. Outside the shelter, Ray shouted over the sound of the rain. I dropped the cable, grabbed my spotlight, and scrambled out onto the rock ledge beside him. Ray was standing at the edge of the shelf, pointing his high lumen beam across the raging torrent of White's Creek toward the base of the opposite dolomite cliff. His hand was shaking so badly that the light beam danced frantically across the white water and wet trees. "Ethan," he rasped, his voice barely audible over the storm. "Look at the water. Look at the cliff." I pointed my spotlight where he was looking. Across the 80-foot gap of churning, flood-swollen water, at the base of a vertical dolomite wall, was a massive collapse cavern. A dark, yawning hole in the rock that sat completely submerged during high water. But the floodwaters weren't flowing into the cavern mouth. Something was coming out of it. Against the raging current, against a 6-knot flash flood that was carrying whole trees downstream, a massive, dark shape was pushing its way out of the cave aperture into the river. It didn't swim like an otter or a beaver. It moved with a slow, deliberate, heavy power, its broad shoulders cutting through the brown water like the bow of a barge. The light beam hit the water around it, reflecting off a thick, dense coat of slick, jet-black fur that seemed to repel the water entirely. The head was massive, broad, flat, and blunt, with a thick, heavy snout and a skull structure that sloped back into two thick, dark, bone-like ridges or blunted horns that swept backward over its neck like the crest of a heavy ox. It wasn't a bear. It wasn't a cougar. It was built with a stocky, terrifying density. A creature that looked as if it had been forged out of muscle, bone, and iron to survive the crushing pressure of underground caverns and absolute darkness. As the spotlight beam hit its face, the creature stopped in the middle of the swollen creek. Slowly, deliberately, it raised its head out of the water. Two wide, luminescent amber eyes caught the light. They didn't reflect red like a deer or green like a cat. They glowed with a dull, heavy, cold yellow radiance, eyes that were built to gather the faint, non-visible light of deep earth fissures and subterranean pools. It didn't scream. It didn't splash. It opened its wide, broad mouth, exposing short, flat, blunt teeth designed for crushing heavy bone and hard rock shell, and released a sound that I will hear in my nightmares until the day I die. It was the vocalization from weeks before, but delivered at point-blank range across the narrow hollow. The sound didn't just travel through the air, it shattered the night. The low-frequency infrasound hit us like a physical blow. The air pressure in my lungs collapsed instantly. My heart stuttered in my chest, skipping 2 full beats as the vibration rattled through my ribs. My ears filled with a high-pitched ringing, and a sudden violent wave of nausea washed over me, sending me down to my knees on the slick dolomite shelf. Beside me, Ray dropped his spotlight. The heavy glass lens shattered against the rock face, plunging us into near total darkness, save for the weak, flickering beam of my headlamp. Ray stumbled back against the aluminum shelter, gasping for air, clutching his chest with one hand while trying to raise his Marlin rifle with the other. He dry-heaved violently, his eyes wild with physical agony and absolute terror. The creature didn't charge us across the water. It didn't leap over the rocks like an aggressive movie beast. It stepped out of the river onto the bank beneath our ledge. Its body was low to the ground, standing perhaps 4.5 feet high at the shoulder, but its width was astounding. Easily 4 feet across the chest, with thick, short, muscular legs that ended in broad, wide-padded feet with heavy, blunt claws. It moved with an unnatural fluid weight, its broad skull swaying slightly from side to side as it sniffed the cold, damp air. The smell hit us a second later, a nauseating, suffocating wave of rot, wet mineral dust, copper, and old, stagnant cave water that filled the back of my throat like grease. It was 10 feet below us, right at the base of the rock ledge. Ray swung the barrel of his .45-70 down, his hands trembling violently. He pulled the trigger. The gunshot in that narrow, enclosed rock hollow was deafening. A blinding flash of orange muzzle blast that illuminated the creature's massive, slick black shoulder for a fraction of a second. The heavy bullet struck the dolomite boulder right beneath the creature's foreleg, shattering the rock into sharp shrapnel and spitting sparks into the rain. The creature didn't flinch. It didn't roar in pain. It raised its heavy, crested head, looked directly up at us through the rain and darkness, and pressed its broad chest flat against the aluminum wall of the gauge shelter beneath our feet. The entire structure groaned. The 3/8-inch steel lag bolts anchor-bolted into the dolomite wall screamed as the metal bent. The broad aluminum floor under my knees bowed upward 3 inches as the entity simply leaned its massive subterranean weight against the foundation. I pulled myself back into the shelter, grabbing Ray by his raincoat collar and dragging him inside behind me. We slammed the heavy aluminum door shut and threw the internal steel latch. For 30 minutes, we sat on the cold aluminum floor in the dark, pressed against the back battery rack, listening to the creature outside. It didn't try to tear the door off. It didn't smash the shelter to pieces. It moved around the perimeter of the small metal building with slow, deliberate, heavy footsteps that made the aluminum floor hum like a tuning fork. Every few minutes it would stop, press its flat nose against the metal seam of the wall, and inhale deeply. A heavy, wet, rattling snort that blew cold air and spray through the rubber door seal. Then it began to vocalize again, not at full volume, but a low, rhythmic, 12 hertz thrumming that resonated through the steel structure. The effect inside the closed metal box was horrifying. My vision vibrated. Double images bounced across my eyes. The metallic taste of copper filled my mouth, and I vomited onto the metal floor between my boots. Ray lay beside me, his hands clamped over his ears, his teeth chattering uncontrollably as the subsonic waves vibrated his skeleton. It felt as though the sound was unraveling my central nervous system piece by piece, a defense mechanism designed to paralyze anything trapped in a dark, narrow cave passage with nowhere to run. Then, as suddenly as it had started, the sound stopped. The rain continued to pound on the roof. The wind howled through the upper pines. But the heavy pressure against the aluminum wall was gone. We didn't move. We didn't open the door. We didn't speak. We sat in that dark, cold shelter for nearly 5 hours, bathed in the faint, dying amber glow of my laptop screen, listening to the floodwaters roar down White's Creek until the gray light of dawn began to seep through the tiny ventilation slit above the door. When we finally unlocked the latch and pushed the door open, the wilderness was quiet. The rain had stopped, leaving behind a thick, freezing mist that clung to the dripping trees. White's Creek was still high and brown, but the flood pulse had crested and was beginning to fall. The physical evidence around the shelter was unmistakable. The 4-inch steel antenna mast mounted to the back of the building was bent double, twisted like a pretzel. The bottom aluminum panel of the shelter was deeply indented, with broad 4-toed pressure marks crushed 3 inches into the sheet metal. Beside the dolomite shelf, where the limestone wall rose toward the upper ridge, deep, wide gouges were carved into the damp moss and rock face. Claw marks filled with coarse, wire-like black bristles and crushed red lichen, leading up into an inaccessible dry cave fissure 20 feet off the ground. Ray stood on the rock ledge, his rifle held loosely in his right hand. His face looked hollow, aged 10 years in a single night. He didn't look at the damaged shelter, and he didn't look at the claw marks on the cliff. He walked past me, descended the muddy trail without saying a word, and headed back toward the vehicles. We walked back to the logging landing in complete silence. When we reached our trucks, Ray opened his driver's side door, set his rifle on the bench seat, and turned to look at me. His eyes were bloodshot, surrounded by dark, bruised circles. He told me that if I wrote any of this down in my USGS field log, he would deny ever being out there with me. He said that if people found out what was living down in those karst hollows, the state would bring in hundreds of officers, search parties, hunters and scientists, tearing up the hills, driving the thing out of its caves, and turning the county into a nightmare. He said some things belong down in the subterranean darkness, and the smartest thing a man could do was leave them there and forget he ever saw the light reflected in their eyes. Ray submitted his resignation to the Missouri Department of Conservation 8 weeks later. He packed his belongings, sold his house in Alton, and moved to a flatland county in northern Iowa, where he took a job with a soil conservation district. I tried calling him twice over the next year, but he never returned my messages. I stayed with the USGS for another 14 months. I filed a standard equipment damage report for the 11-Point Bluff station, attributing the loss to structural failure caused by a wind-thrown pine limb and extreme hydraulic loading from the flash flood. Walter McAllister accepted the paperwork without question, glad to avoid an extended regional inquiry. In early 2015, I applied for a lateral transfer to a desk-bound hydrologic data modeling position at the regional office in Rolla. stepping away from fieldwork for good. 2 years after that, I left government service entirely, taking a quiet position with a private civil engineering firm in St. Louis, analyzing urban stormwater runoff systems from a quiet, windowless office. I haven't set foot in Oregon County or any part of the Mark Twain National Forest since the day I packed my gear out of the Whites Creek drainage. For 13 years, I managed to convince myself that what happened that night was an isolated anomaly, a terrifying, singular encounter with a relict creature that had long since died out or retreated so deep into the unmapped karst networks beneath the Irish wilderness that it would never touch the surface world again. I kept only one thing from my time in the wilderness: a single, uncorrupted raw audio file extracted from the 11-point Bluff data logger on my Toughbook that night. A 14-second recording of that 12 Hz underwater hydroacoustic pulse. I saved it on an unlinked external hard drive, buried deep in a lockbox in my home office. A silent proof to myself that I hadn't lost my mind. 3 weeks ago on a Tuesday afternoon, my work email chimed. It was an unsolicited message sent to my personal address from a young hydrologic technician working for the Arkansas Department of Environmental Quality out of Mountain Home. She had found my name on an old USGS research paper concerning karst aquifer recharge rates in the southern Ozarks. In her email, she asked if I had ever encountered strange, non-linear acoustic interference while servicing pressure transducers in deep spring feeder channels. She said her team had been monitoring a remote subterranean springhead along the Buffalo National River, just 60 miles south of the Missouri line, and had been losing sensors to unexplained structural crushing. Attached to her email was a raw WAV file, recorded 48 hours prior, by an underwater diagnostic microphone submerged in a cave spring pool. I opened the file and loaded it into my sound analysis software. The spectral graph immediately blossomed across my screen. There, pulsing steadily between 12 and 14 Hz, was the exact same subsonic wave pattern, the same rhythmic bone-deep resonance that had vibrated through my chest in the aluminum shelter 13 years ago. Below the audio graph, the technician had typed a short, casual question. Do you know what kind of geological cave vibration could cause a frequency like this? My name is Daniel Vance. I am 54 years old, and for 6 years I worked as a backcountry conservation officer and park ranger for BC Parks in the province of British Columbia. The events I am about to write down occurred between September 28th and October 14th, 2018, in the Spatsizi Plateau Wilderness Provincial Park, a northern expanse of over 1 million hectares of roadless alpine tundra, spruce forest, and jagged river valleys in the Stikine region. I have never submitted an official report on what happened out there because an official report requires language that fits within standard environmental management forms, and nothing about those 16 days can be reconciled with forestry science or basic physics. I am writing this now from a small rented house outside of Terrace, far from the high plateau, because the silence in my living room still carries an echo that does not belong to me. And I need to record the exact sequence of events before my own memory distorts the reality of what I experienced. Spatsizi is one of the most isolated protected spaces in Western Canada. In late autumn, before the full winter lock-in, the park is virtually empty. The float planes that haul in hunters and backcountry anglers stop flying regular charters by the third week of September, leaving only a skeleton crew of rangers to winterize the outlying cabins, clear down fallen timber from primary trail corridors, and perform final wildlife counts before snow shuts down the access passes. In 2018, I was stationed at the Coldfish Lake Ranger Cabin, a log structure built decades ago that serves as the central hub for operations in the northern sector of the park. My partner for the season, an experienced warden named Thomas Vance, no relation to me, though we joked about it constantly, had been flown out on September 25th, due to a compound fracture in his lower leg after a horse slipped on an icy creek bed near Eagle Nest Range. That left me alone to complete the final 10-day patrol circuit across the Central Plateau. The solitude was something I was accustomed to. I had spent 4 previous seasons in the park and preferred the silence of early winter to the summer months when scattered hunting parties and bush pilots kept the satellite phone ringing. My assignment was straightforward. Conduct a solo loop down through the Quinaza Creek drainage, check 3 remote emergency shelters, verify the status of the automated weather monitoring stations, and log any unusual wildlife movements before the final float plane arrived on October 15th to fetch me. The first indication that something was wrong occurred on October 2nd at Weather Station Bravo, an automated tower mounted on a concrete footing atop the exposed limestone ridge above the Firesteel River Basin. The station recorded air temperature, wind velocity, and barometric pressure, transmitting data every 3 hours via satellite. The regional office in Smithers had reported intermittent signal drops from Bravo starting 2 days prior, and I had packed a multimeter and replacement solar controller in my backpack to fix the issue. When I reached the ridge after a 4-hour climb through scrub birch and knee-deep mud, I found the aluminum lattice tower severely damaged. It had not been blown over by high winds, nor had it been knocked down by a grizzly bear, which is the usual cause of mechanical damage in that sector. Bears claw at the frame or chew on the rubberized wiring harnesses, leaving hair, claw gouges, and shattered junction boxes. Instead, the 12-foot structural steel legs of the tower had been sheared smoothly at precise 6-inch intervals, as if sliced through by an industrial hydraulic press. The severed sections of aluminum lay scattered in a neat symmetrical circle around the base, perfectly spaced roughly 10 feet apart from one another. Strangest of all was the condition of the ground. The soil atop that ridge is a mix of wet alpine turf, lichen, and dark humic mud that remains perpetually saturated until the ground freezes solid in November. Within an 8-yard radius around the shattered weather tower, the soil was bone dry and powdered, turned to a fine gray chalk that blew away in lightweight clouds beneath my boots. There was no moisture left in the vegetation. The dwarf willow bushes were so thoroughly desiccated that they snapped like dry glass when I brushed past them. I knelt beside the footing to examine the sliced aluminum legs. The cut surfaces were not jagged, sheared, or melted. They were polished smooth to a mirror finish, completely free of burrs or heat discoloration. I took several digital photographs using my park-issued camera, logged the coordinates on my GPS unit, and attempted to call the Smithers dispatcher on my satellite communicator to report the vandalism. The screen of the handheld unit powered on normally, but when I initiated the transmission, the signal bar flickered erratically and the screen displayed a system error code I had never seen before. Acoustic interference. Transmission void. I assumed the unit had suffered cold temperature battery failure, though the thermometer on my pack read -3 degrees Celsius, well within operating parameters. I packed the broken pieces of aluminum into my kit for analysis, marked the incident in my physical notebook, and began the descent back toward the shelter cabin at Quinaza Creek before twilight failed. It was during that descent that I noticed the silence. Wilderness solitude in northern British Columbia is never truly silent. The wind is a constant presence, moving through the crowns of the black spruce, rattling the dry leaves of poplars, or humming across the open tundra. There are river currents echoing off canyon walls, the distant call of raven croaks, and the grinding shift of gravel underfoot. But as I dropped beneath the tree line into the Spruce Valley, the natural background sound began to damp down as if someone were turning a master volume knob toward 0. By the time I reached the bottom of the draw, my own movements made no sound at all. I lifted my foot and stomped hard on a thick, dry spruce branch lying across the trail. I felt the mechanical shock of the impact travel up my leg through the thick soles of my boots. Saw the wood splinter into jagged, sharp fragments under my heel, but there was no crack, no crunch, no sound whatsoever. I clapped my hands together 2 inches from my face. I felt the rush of displaced air against my cheeks, but my ears registered absolute vacuum-like silence. Panic is a physical sensation that starts in the stomach before reaching the brain. I dropped my pack, gripped the collar of my canvas jacket, and yelled at the top of my lungs. I felt my vocal cords strain, my lungs expel air, and my jaw vibrate. But no sound emerged into the air around me. The silence was heavy, physical and cold, pressing against my eardrums like deep water. I stood in the middle of the trail for several minutes, forced myself to take slow, controlled breaths, and checked my pulse. It was hovering around 90 beats per minute. I looked up at the spruce trees above me. A heavy gust of wind was visibly swaying the tops of the trees, bending the thick limbs back and forth, yet not a single rustle or pine needle scrape reached my ears. The world was playing in total visual clarity without an audio track. Then, approximately 50 paces down the trail, the silence abruptly ruptured, not from an external sound, but from an echo of my own voice that had not yet occurred. "Hello? Is anyone at the shelter?" The sound did not come from my throat. It came from a thick cluster of tangled brush and overturned root balls to my left. It was my voice, identical in tone, pitch, and cadence, but it spoke the words with a flat, mechanical cadence, completely devoid of natural human inflection. 2 seconds after the sound emerged from the brush, my own mouth opened involuntarily, and I heard myself speak those exact same words into the cold air. "Hello? Is anyone at the shelter?" The delay between the sound emitting from the forest and the sound leaving my mouth was roughly 3 seconds. My speech had been pulled out of me, or rather, the sound of my voice had existed in the air before my vocal cords had physically produced it. I did not remain on the trail. I pulled my bear spray from my hip holster, grabbed my pack by the top strap, and began walking rapidly toward the Quinaza Creek Emergency Shelter, 2 miles to the west. As I walked, every footstep I took was heralded 3 seconds in advance by the crunch of gravel coming from the dark woods alongside me. If I paused, the footstep sound ahead of me would execute one last step and then stop, waiting for my physical body to catch up to the acoustic timeline. The emergency shelter at Quinaza Creek is a small, heavy timber cabin constructed in the 1970s, intended for stranded trappers or rangers caught in early blizzards. It has no electricity, no running water, and no radio equipment, just a wood stove, 2 wooden bunks, a supply of dry firewood, and a thick fir door secured by a heavy steel drop latch. I reached the shelter just as the sun dipped behind the western peaks, casting long purplish shadows across the valley floor. When I reached the door, I found it standing wide open, swinging gently on its iron hinges. I halted 10 yards from the porch. "Is there anyone inside?" I called out. 3 seconds before I spoke, my voice came from inside the dark interior of the cabin. "Is there anyone inside?" I raised my bear spray in my right hand, took my flashlight in my left, and stepped over the threshold. The beam of the flashlight swept across the small room. The wood stove was cold, its iron door open and choked with pale gray ash. On the lower bunk sat a green canvas backpack that I recognized immediately. It belonged to Sarah Lynn, a solo backcountry hiker who had registered for a wilderness permit at the regional office in early September. She had been cleared for a 3-week traverse from the Stykine River south to Coldfish Lake and was overdue by 4 days. Her gear was neatly arranged on the mattress. Her sleeping bag was rolled tightly, Her water filter was disassembled on the wooden table, and her leather-bound trail journal lay open beside a half-eaten energy bar. I approached the table and pointed my flashlight at the open page of the journal. The entry was dated October 1st. The handwriting started in neat, clear script and dissolved into frantic, repeated scribbles toward the bottom of the page. October 1st, day 14. Reached Quinaza shelter at 4 p.m. Cold, wind dying down. Something wrong with the air here. It takes the sound first. I hear my footsteps ahead of me in the dark. It isn't copying me. It is catching up to me. When it gets closer, the time between the sound and the movement gets shorter. If it matches the sound to the body, I think it takes the space you are standing in. I am going to wait inside until morning. I locked the door. Below that paragraph, the same sentence was written over 40 times, overlapping until the ink had torn through the paper. It doesn't walk. It presses down. It presses down. It presses down. I stepped back from the table and turned toward the door. The air temperature inside the cabin dropped precipitously within seconds. My breath formed thick plumes of white vapor that hung motionless in the air instead of dissipating. That was when I noticed the structural anomalies in the cabin itself. The log walls were not damaged by weather or age. Along the western wall, 3 massive spruce logs, each over 12 inches in diameter, had been compressed. Not broken or crushed sideways, but physically squashed down into thin, flat bands of dark wood, no thicker than a sheet of cardboard, while the logs directly above and below them remained completely intact and untouched. The ceiling joists leaned down toward the middle of the room at a sickening, impossible angle, as if an invisible, immensely heavy pillar were resting directly on the center of the cabin's atmosphere. I heard the sound of footsteps approaching the cabin from the trail outside. Crunch, crunch, crunch. The footsteps were heavy, measured, and slow. But as I listened, I realized with a sudden spike of cold horror that I was not hearing the footsteps approaching. I was hearing the sound of my own heartbeat and my own rapid breathing coming from the porch outside the door, played at 3 times its natural volume. I stood frozen in the center of the cabin, the flashlight beam trembling in my hand. The air in the room grew unnaturally thick, making it difficult to pull oxygen into my lungs, as if the atmospheric pressure had suddenly doubled. The dry wood of the cabin walls groaned, not a creak of old timber under wind, but a low, vibrating hum that made the teeth in my jaw ache. "Sarah?" I called out toward the open doorway. 3 seconds before I spoke, the word Sarah echoed from the darkness of the front porch. Then a second sound followed, one that did not originate from my voice, nor from Sarah's journal. It was a sound like dry earth being crushed under immense pressure, mixed with a low metallic chime like a massive iron bell struck underwater. I backed up until my shoulder blades hit the rear wall of the cabin. I lifted the flashlight beam and aimed it through the open doorway into the yard. There was no animal standing on the porch. There was no man. What stood in the frame of the cabin door was a localized distortion in the light and space of the forest. It was roughly 9 feet tall, narrow at the top and widening toward the ground, but it possessed no organic features, no face, no limbs, no fur, no skin. It looked like a tall, asymmetrical fold in reality itself, a slice of the background forest that had been shifted 6 inches to the left and pressed flat. Through its translucent, geometric silhouette, I could see the black spruce trees behind it, but they were stretched and bent, as if viewed through a thick, warped sheet of old window glass. Where the base of this distortion touched the wooden floorboards of the porch, the heavy oak timber did not snap. It simply flattened into a dry, paper-thin layer of wood dust. The air around the entity hummed with a quiet, high-frequency vibration that rattled the metal buttons on my jacket and made my vision blur around the edges. It did not rush forward. It moved with a slow, mechanical, step-like progression, taking one step every 5 seconds. With each step, the atmospheric pressure in the room spiked higher. My ears popped violently and a thin trickle of blood began to run from my left nostril down my lip. I knew that if that shape reached the center of the room, if it pressed down on the floor where I was standing, I would be flattened into the same dry gray dust that I had seen surrounding the weather station tower on the ridge. To my right was the small, single-pane glass window that looked out over the rear clearing behind the shelter. Without thinking, I turned away from the doorway, wrapped my left arm over my face, and threw my full body weight against the wooden frame of the window. The glass shattered into shards. The wooden frame gave way with a loud crack, and I tumbled out onto the frozen mud and sharp rocks behind the cabin, tearing my jacket and scraping my hands raw on the gravel. I did not stop to pick up my dropped flashlight or my gear. I scrambled to my feet and ran blindly into the dark forest, heading north toward the open river gravel bars of the Firesteel River. As I ran, the horror of the entity's acoustic mechanics manifested in full force. The forest around me was pitch black, lit only by the faint silver glow of a crescent moon filtering through the high clouds. Every time I leaped over a fallen log, ducked under a low pine branch, or gasped for air, the sound of my action occurred 30 feet ahead of me in the darkness before I reached it. I heard myself tripping over a hidden root 3 seconds before my boot caught the wood. Because I heard the fall in advance, I attempted to alter my path to avoid the root, but the physical reality of the landscape seemed to bend toward the sound. No matter how far to the left or right I stepped, my foot was drawn down into the exact position required to make the pre-recorded noise occur. It was an inescapable loop. The sound created the path, and my body was forced to inhabit the physical actions that the air had already recorded. I ran for nearly 2 miles through the dark woods, guided only by the distant, pale reflection of the river through the trees. The entity did not run behind me. It did not need to. Every few hundred yards, the ambient air pressure would suddenly spike. The ambient sound of the night would collapse into absolute silence, and I would hear that low, metallic underwater chime echoing from the brush directly behind me. It was moving through the forest in geometric leaps, flattening small circles of brush and tree roots with every landing, leaving a trail of dry, powdered earth in the middle of wet muskeg. Just past midnight, I broke through the tree line and stumbled onto the wide gravel shores of the Firesteel River. The river was high and fast, choked with slush and floating slabs of frasil ice formed by the sub-zero temperatures. The sound of roaring water was deafening, a loud, chaotic white noise of grinding ice, rushing currents and splashing water. The moment my boots hit the wet river gravel and the sound of the roaring water hit my ears, the acoustic latency abruptly shattered. I stopped at the water's edge, bent over with my hands on my knees, gasping for air. I shouted into the wind. The sound of my voice left my mouth instantly, blending naturally with the noise of the rushing river. There was no pre-echo coming from the trees behind me. There was no delay. The chaotic, continuous sound of the flowing water was disrupting the entity's ability to isolate and project localized sound. I turned back toward the dark wall of spruce trees 50 yards away. Standing at the edge of the forest, just where the gravel bar met the tree line, was the shape. It remained at the boundary of the woods, refusing to step onto the wet, river-soaked stones. Through its glass-like, distorted form, I saw the trees behind it bend and stretch. Where its base rested on the soil, a patch of green moss 6 feet wide withered instantly, turned gray, and dissolved into dust. It stood there motionless for nearly 20 minutes, vibrating softly against the dark background of the forest. I stayed deep in the ice-cold water of the river, standing hip-deep in the freezing current despite the numbness spreading through my legs, knowing that the water noise was the only thing keeping the atmospheric pressure around me from collapsing. At 1:15 a.m., The entity began to retract. It did not turn around or walk away. It simply compressed inward on itself, shrinking vertically like a folding telescope until it became a thin, hair-like line of warped light in the air, and then vanished completely with a quiet, dry snap that sounded like a static spark jumping between two metal door handles. I waited in the river for another hour until my legs were completely numb and the threat of hypothermia became absolute. When I finally dragged myself out onto the gravel bar, the forest was normal again. The wind rustled the willow bushes, the river roared against the rocks, and my footsteps made immediate natural sounds beneath my boots. I did not return to the Quinaza shelter. I spent the remainder of the night shivering in a shallow hollow beneath a gravel embankment on the riverbank, wrapped in my emergency bivouac sack, keeping my eyes fixed on the tree line until the cold light of dawn broke over the peaks. When morning came, I walked 10 miles north along the exposed gravel bars of the riverbed, avoiding the interior forest entirely until I reached the main cabin at Coldfish Lake. I unlocked the main office cabin, locked the heavy timber door behind me, and sat down at the radio desk. I pulled the manual hand-crank generator for the high-frequency radio system, set the dial to the BC Parks emergency frequency, and called the base station in Smithers. The radio operator answered on the second call. "Coldfish, this is Smithers Base. Go ahead, Daniel. We copy you 5 by 5. I held the microphone in my trembling hand. I looked down at my hands. My knuckles were cracked and bloodied. My boots were encrusted with gray, powdery dirt, and my uniform jacket was torn across the shoulder. I thought about reporting Sarah Lynn's abandoned pack at Quinaza Creek. I thought about describing the flattened spruce logs, the dry gray chalk in the wet forest, the shattered weather tower, and the entity that walked 3 seconds ahead of its own sound. I knew what would happen if I put those words into an official log. They would attribute it to severe wilderness psychosis, cold-induced delirium, or carbon monoxide poisoning from a faulty cabin heater. They would send a chopper to retrieve me, put me on administrative leave, and send a secondary search team into the Quinaza drainage without proper warning. "Smithers Base," I said into the microphone, keeping my voice as steady as I could manage. "I have located Sarah Lynn's last known campsite near Quinaza Creek. Her gear is intact, but the subject is missing. I require immediate aerial search and rescue assistance in Sector 4. Send a helicopter crew with full rescue gear. Do not send ground search personnel on foot into the Quinaza draw." "Copy that, Daniel," the operator replied. "We are dispatching the Bell 206 out of Dees Lake now. ETA 2 hours. Stand by at the Coldfish airstrip." The helicopter arrived at 10:30 a.m. I boarded the aircraft and accompanied the pilot and 2 Royal Canadian Mounted Police officers back to the Quinaza Creek shelter. When we landed in the clearing behind the shelter, the officers stepped out onto the cabin porch with their sidearms drawn. I remained near the helicopter, watching the tree line. The Quinaza shelter was empty. Sarah Lynn's pack was still sitting on the wooden bunk. Her trail journal was still open on the table. When the RCMP corporal picked up the journal to inspect it, he looked over at me with a confused expression. "Is this some kind of joke, Vance?" he asked, holding up the book. I walked over to the cabin porch and looked at the page. The writing I had seen the night before, the frantic scribbles, the notes about the sound, the repeated sentences about the pressure, was gone. The pages were completely blank. The ink had been lifted from the paper, leaving behind only faint, colorless indentations where the pen point had pressed into the sheets. The structural logs of the cabin wall were no longer flattened. They were normal, aged spruce timbers. The window I had shattered by throwing my body through it was intact, its single glass pane covered in a light layer of autumn frost, unbroken and undisturbed. There was no trace of my escape, There were no boot prints in the mud outside. The search for Sarah Lynn lasted 6 days. Search teams from across northern British Columbia covered over 200 square miles of the Spatsizi wilderness using air sweeps, infrared cameras, and dog teams. They found no trace of her. No clothing, no footprints, no hair, no remains. Her case remains an open missing person file with the RCMP Stikine Detachment. I tendered my resignation from BC Parks on October 20th, 2018, 6 days after I was flown out of Coldfish Lake. I moved away from the interior and took an administrative desk job with a private forestry consulting firm in Terrace, where the sounds of traffic, ocean winds, and rain are continuous and loud. I live alone now. I keep 2 white noise machines running in my bedroom at night, and I never enter the forest without a small portable radio playing low static in my pocket. I am writing this because last week, while sitting in my quiet kitchen on a calm Tuesday evening, I dropped a glass coffee mug onto the linoleum floor. 2 seconds before the glass hit the floor and shattered into fragments, I heard the sharp, loud crunch of breaking glass coming from the dark corner of my pantry. It is not gone. It did not stay in Spatsizi. It simply marks its territory and sound before it comes back to claim the space you are standing in. My name is Thomas Keller. I am 37 years old, and in the autumn of 2016, I was working as a backcountry law enforcement ranger for the National Park Service in the state of Washington. I am sitting down to write this because the weight of keeping it to myself has finally grown heavier than the fear of what people will think when they read it. I do not expect you to believe every word, nor am I looking for sympathy. I only ask that you read this as a sincere record of what happened to me in the high country of the Olympic Peninsula during a 6-day stretch in mid-September of that year, because I know that if I take this to my grave without writing it down, the silence will finish what that place started. The Olympic Peninsula is one of the most quiet, isolated, and densely forested corners of the contiguous United States. People see photos of Olympic National Park on postcards or online, and they think of scenic moss-draped paths, majestic Roosevelt elk grazing in open river valleys, and sweeping ocean beaches dotted with sea stacks. What those photos do not show you is the sheer scale of the old-growth wilderness that lies beyond the developed trailheads. You have millions of acres of western red cedar, Sitka spruce, and Douglas fir, trees that have stood for 600 years, growing so tall and thick that the canopy locks together 200 feet above the forest floor. In the heart of the Hoh, the Bogachiel, and the North Fork Quinault drainages, the sunlight almost never touches the ground directly. It comes down as a cold, greenish twilight, filtered through yards of hanging club moss and a perpetual fine mist that feels less like rain and more like the earth exhaling. I had been with the Park Service for nearly 11 years at that point. I had spent 3 years at Mount Rainier, 2 at North Cascades, and the rest out on the Olympics. I knew backcountry navigation, wilderness medicine, rope rescues, and human tracking. I carried a standard issue Glock 22 on my hip, a 40-pound search and rescue pack on my frame, and a deep, comfortable respect for the terrain. I was not a superstitious man. I grew up in dry pine country in eastern Oregon, where the woods are bright and open and you can see a mile through the trunks. The Olympic temperate rainforest was different, darker, wetter, and infinitely more dense, but I treated it as a workplace. It was a rugged environment governed by physical laws, hypothermia, terrain traps, sudden flash floods, and loose shale along high subalpine passes. If a hiker vanished, there was always a reason. They took a bad step on an unstable slope. They strayed off the trail to relieve themselves and lost their orientation, or they underestimated how fast wet clothes will rob the human body of core heat. That was what I believed until Tuesday, September 13th, 2016. I was stationed out of the parked station near Lake Crescent, but my primary responsibility that season was patrolling the high backcountry corridors that bridged the river valleys to the subalpine divides. That morning I was sitting in the small briefing office sipping lukewarm drip coffee, while rain drummed steadily against the metal roof. Senior Ranger Jim McIntyre, everyone called him Mac, was leaning over the laminate counter, scrolling through dispatch logs on the bulky desktop monitor. Mac was 54, a veteran of 30 seasons on the peninsula, with skin like cured leather and a mustache that smelled perpetually of pipe tobacco. Mac clicked a mouse button and grunted, pointing at the screen. A missing person report had been routed to us from the Clallam County Sheriff's Office and cleared through our regional dispatch center in Port Angeles. The missing individual was a 42-year-old Hungarian national named Dr. Anton Varga. He was a visiting senior lecturer in botany from Eötvös Loránd University in Budapest, Hungary. He had been in the United States on an academic research grant, studying canopy-dwelling bryophytes, specifically rare mosses and liverworts that only grow on ancient damp bark high in the rainforest interior. According to the paperwork, Dr. Varga had rented a silver Subaru Outback in Seattle, driven to the peninsula, and checked into a small motel in Forks 5 days earlier. He had filed a self-issued wilderness permit at the ranger station kiosk near the North Fork Quinault trailhead, indicating he planned a 3-night solo trek into the high, unmaintained drainages above Skyline Ridge and the upper basin of the Queets River. He was supposed to have returned to his motel 2 nights prior. When he failed to check out and missed his return flight out of Seattle-Tacoma International Airport, the motel manager called the authorities. "The rental car is sitting at the North Fork trailhead," Mac told me, tapping the screen with a calloused finger. "Sheriff deputy checked the license plate 2 hours ago. It's been sitting there since last Thursday, parked neatly, doors locked. Rain's been washing over it for 4 days." "Did he leave an itinerary in the dash?" I asked, putting my coffee mug down. "Just the wilderness permit," Mac replied. He listed his primary area of interest as the upper headwaters of the Queets Basin, off-trail, between 4,000 and 5,000 feet elevation. No companion, no emergency locator beacon registered. Just a basic GPS unit, a 2-person backpacking tent, and a pair of camera lenses. I looked out the window at the wall of gray mist clinging to the sides of Mount Storm King. The forecast for the next 48 hours called for a stalled low-pressure system coming off the Gulf of Alaska. That meant heavy precipitation, dropping temperatures, and cloud cover coming right down to the forest floor. High in the subalpine basins, it would translate to thick, disorienting fog and near-zero visibility. If he's been out there in this rain since last Thursday without high-elevation cold gear, we're looking at a recovery, not a rescue, I said gently. "Likely," Mac agreed, letting out a slow breath. "But until we find a jacket or a pack, it's an active SAR operation. Dispatch wants a 2-man ground team to trailhead in from the south and establish a forward search base near the Low Divide shelter. The weather's too thick for the Coast Guard air station in Port Angeles to get a chopper over the ridge. It's strictly footwork." We packed our gear. In addition to our personal survival kit, we loaded heavy-duty canvas gear bags with emergency rations, bivouac sacks, satellite radios, mapping units, and high-intensity search lanterns. By 11 o'clock that morning, Mac and I were in a green NPS Ford F-250, wiping the condensation off the windshield as we drove south down Highway 101, skirting the gray, churning waters of Lake Crescent before cutting south toward the Quinault Valley. The drive was long and largely silent. The rain beat a rhythmic pattern against the aluminum body of the truck, and the windshield wipers swept back and forth, clearing ribbons of dirty road spray. Outside, the forest formed an unbroken, towering green palisade. Millions of trunks stretched up into the low ceiling of clouds. I remember looking out at the thick, tangled understory of salmonberry, devil's club, and sword fern, thinking about how easy it was for a man to slip between two fallen logs, break an ankle, and vanish under 3 feet of wet foliage forever. The Olympic forest does not bury its dead. It simply swallows them, wrapping them in damp moss until they become part of the soil. We arrived at the North Fork Quinault trailhead just past 1 in the afternoon. The silver rental car was parked at the edge of the gravel turnaround, covered in a slick coat of fallen hemlock needles and brown maple leaves. I walked around the vehicle, shining my flashlight through the tinted windows. Inside, everything was orderly. An empty water bottle sat in the cup holder. An extra pair of dry wool socks and an empty trail mix wrapper lay on the passenger seat. There was no sign of a struggle, no broken glass, no erratic behavior. Anton Varga had simply parked his car, pulled on his pack, locked the doors, and walked into the rain. We logged the vehicle's mileage and VIN with dispatch, adjusted the straps on our heavy packs, and stepped onto the trail. The first few miles were standard wilderness hiking. The North Fork Trail follows the course of the river, winding beneath massive old-growth cedar and spruce trees. The sound of the river was a constant, low roar off to our left, milky, glacier-fed water rushing over ancient river cobble. The air was rich with the dark, heavy smell of wet earth, decaying wood, and bruised vegetation. For the first 2 hours we made good time, keeping a steady 4-mile-an-hour pace despite our heavy loads. As we pushed deeper into the valley, the maintained trail began to thin out. Recent autumn storms had washed out several footbridges, forcing us to pick our way across slick, moss-covered log crossings and navigate broad mudslides where the hillsides had sloughed off into the creeks. By 4 in the afternoon, the forest around us had grown distinctly darker. The clouds above had lowered into the upper canopy, turning the daylight into a flat, bruised purple shadow. We reached the junction where the main trail veered north toward Low Divide, and an unmaintained hunter's track cut west toward the steep, ridge-bound headwaters of the Queets Basin. This was where Dr. Varga was supposed to have departed from the marked routes. Mac pulled out his compass and topo map, holding them under a clear plastic sleeve to protect them from the steady drip falling from the hemlock canopy above us. He'd have followed this spur along the creek bed, Mac said, pointing with a gloved finger toward a narrow, choked ravine. It's the only logical route up through the cliff bands if you're trying to reach the high moss terraces without climbing gear. Let's see if he left any sign, I said. We dropped off the main trail, stepping into the deep, springy moss that covered the forest floor like a wet green carpet. Here, away from the beaten track, every footprint left a temporary depression in the moss. Within 30 yards of the junction, I found our first evidence. Pressed into the dark mud near the edge of a small stream were the clear impressions of Vibram-sooled hiking boots, size 10 or 11, narrow heel, consistent with European trekking boots. Beside one print was the neat round puncture mark of a carbon fiber trekking pole. Got him, I said, pointing the beam of my flashlight at the track. He was moving steady, heading up creek. How old do you judge those prints? Mac asked, stooping down to look closer. Hard to say with this moisture, I replied. The edges are soft, filled with water. They've been rained on for at least a couple of days, but they aren't totally washed out. They match Varga's timeline. We followed the tracks upstream for another hour. The terrain turned brutally steep. We were scrambling over wet, treacherous blowdowns, massive fallen trees 5 feet in diameter, and hauling ourselves up muddy banks by gripping the thorny stems of Devil's Club. The silence of the deep backcountry began to settle over us. Off the main trail, away from the loud roar of the main river, the forest seemed to absorb sound. The only noise was the rhythmic squelch of our boots in the mud, the heavy heave of our lungs, and the constant monotonous drip, drip, drip of water falling from the canopy onto our nylon rain jackets. By 5:30, the light was failing rapidly. In the deep rainforest, dusk doesn't arrive as a warm sunset. It comes as a creeping gray obscurity that fills the space between the trees until you can no longer judge whether an object is 10 feet away or 50. We reached a small flat bench of land tucked beneath a soaring cliff face where the mountain stream spilled out of a high-hanging valley in a white ribbon of water. There, nestled beneath the dry overhang of a massive ancient western red cedar, we found Dr. Varga's base camp. "Mac, over here," I called out, keeping my voice low out of habit. The camp was a modest setup. A small, high-end, two-person backpacking tent in bright yellow was pitched on a bed of dry cedar needles beneath the tree's drip line. The guy lines were staked down neatly with aluminum pegs. Next to the tent sat a heavy plastic bear-proof canister, sealed tight. "Dr. Varga," I shouted, turning toward the gloom of the surrounding brush. "National Park Service Search and Rescue, Dr. Varga. Doctor." My voice echoed off the rock wall behind the camp, sounding thin and flat in the damp air, before swallowing itself in the vast timber around us. There was no response. No callback, no movement in the ferns, no rustle of fabric. Only the steady dripping of rain from the branches above. Mac unclipped his holster strap, a subtle habit born of decades in the backcountry, and stepped up to the tent flap. "Anton Varga? We're park rangers. Are you inside?" He unzipped the rainfly. I stepped up beside him, shining my heavy searchlight into the dark interior. The tent was empty of human life, but it was far from abandoned. A heavy winter-rated sleeping bag was laid out, unzipped and flat. Beside it lay an open hardcover notebook with a metal pen resting in the crease. A high-end DSLR camera sat on a foam sleeping pad, its lens cap off, the glass element dry and clear. A headlamp was lying in the corner, switched off. "He didn't abandon this camp in a hurry," Mac murmured, kneeling in the vestibule to examine the sleeping bag. "His boots aren't here. His main pack isn't here. He took his working gear and stepped out." "Look at the tent fabric, Mac," I said, leaning closer. I brought my light up to the ceiling of the yellow tent. Covering the ripstop nylon was a fine, gray, powdery residue. It looked almost like dried river silt or fine wood ash, clinging to the dry interior fabric in thin, delicate veins. I reached out a gloved finger and touched it. It was completely dry, devoid of oil, and had a strange, sharp, metallic scent that reminded me of electric sparks or iron filings left out in the cold. "Is that mold?" Mac asked, squinting through his reading glasses. "No," I said, rubbing my gloved thumb and forefinger together. "It's too fine. It doesn't smell like fungus. It smells like copper wire." Mac picked up the leather-bound notebook. It was a high-grade field journal filled with neat, dense German and Hungarian handwriting, interspersed with meticulous pen and ink sketches of moss species, spore capsules, and bark textures. Mac flipped through the pages until he reached the final entries. The handwriting, which had been crisp and precise on the earlier pages, changed noticeably toward the end. The strokes became wider, heavier, pressed so hard into the paper that the ballpoint tip had torn through the fibers in several places. "Can you read Hungarian?" Mac asked. "No," I said. My mother's side was German, but I only know a few words. Read the parts in English if there are any. Mac held the notebook close to his light. "Most of it is in German and Hungarian. Wait, here on the last page. Dated September 10th, 4 days ago." He read out loud, his voice slow and deliberate over the sound of the rain against the tent wall. 08:30, rain continues. The canopy here is extraordinarily dense. Specimen collection excellent on the lower trunks of the Abies amabilis. However, an acoustic distortion has been present since dawn. The river sound does not carry down the valley correctly. It feels as though the ambient sound is being pulled upward into the canopy, or absorbed by something denser than the timber. My ears feel packed with wool. Mac paused, looking over the top of the notebook into the dark forest behind us. He continued reading. 14:15. The compass needle flickers when brought within 3 meters of the older trunks. Not a magnetic dip, but a rhythmic vibration. I walked 50 meters west toward the rock fall to take light readings. I heard a whistle from the upper canopy. It was not a varied thrush or a jay. It was an exact double-toned whistle. The exact note I used to call my dog when I was a boy in Veszprém. No one knows that whistle. I stopped. The forest was entirely silent. The wind stopped moving the hemlock tips. I am going to check the ridge. The trees look wrong from below. They look too close together. That was the last entry. Mac slowly closed the journal and slid it into a Ziploc bag from his pack. We stood there in the growing darkness under the giant cedar tree. The temperature was dropping fast. I could see my breath coming out in faint white plumes in the beam of my flashlight. He went up onto the ridge late in the afternoon, in bad weather, chasing a sound, Mac said, shaking his head. Classic spatial disorientation. He gets up on those shale cliffs, fog rolls in, he loses his footing or walks off a drop. What about the whistle? I asked. And that gray dust inside the tent? Mac shrugged, pulling his collar up against the damp cold. People hear what they want to hear when they're alone in the woods for 4 days. Auditory hallucinations are common with fatigue and minor hypothermia. The brain tries to fill in the blank canvas of white noise from rain and wind. As for the dust, could be dried spores from a fungus bloom on the cedar bark overhead. He was offering rational professional explanations, the kind we put in official incident reports. But I knew Mac, and I could hear the subtle edge in his tone. He didn't like the look of that camp any more than I did. We set up our own light bivouac 20 yards away from Varga's tent, choosing a dry spot under a dense thicket of old Douglas firs. We were not allowed to tamper with the missing man's tent any further until an investigation team could inspect it, but we needed shelter for the night. We strung up our waterproof tarps, cooked a quick meal of dehydrated chili over a small canister stove, and radioed our coordinates back to dispatch in Port Angeles. The radio comms were terrible. The signal was clogged with static, a deep, buzzing hum that vibrated through the small speaker of my hand unit. Dispatch, this is Ranger Keller. Over. I spoke into the mic. Keller, this. Dispatch. Read you. 2x5. Report. Over. The voice of Brenda, the night dispatcher, crackled back through a curtain of hiss. We have located Subject Varga's primary camp near the confluence of the upper drainage, I said, speaking slowly and clearly. Subject is not present. Camp appears abandoned since September 10th. Personal effects, camera, and journal recovered. We will initiate a grid sweep of the upper ridge line at first light. Weather is deteriorating. Over. Copy. Sweep at first light. Update at 0700. Stand by for. The signal broke into a sharp, piercing squeal, a high-pitched frequency that sounded like metal scraping on glass, and then dropped dead into flat static. Forget it, Mac said, unbuckling his boots. We're down in a dead zone between 2 basalt ridges. We won't get a clear line to the Port Angeles Tower until we climb up onto the divide tomorrow morning. We turned off our main lanterns to save battery power, leaving only the dim red LED light on my headlamp active to keep our night vision. We crawled into our bivouac sacks. The night in a temperate rainforest is never truly quiet. There is always the drip of water, the creek rushing over the rocks down in the ravine. the occasional heavy thud of a wet branch falling through the canopy, and the wind sighing through the tops of the trees 200 feet up. But as the hours stretched on toward midnight, the character of the woods shifted. I couldn't sleep. I lay inside my synthetic sleeping bag, staring up at the dark, taut nylon of my tarp, listening. Around 2 a.m, the rain stopped. The sudden cessation of the water falling on the tarp was almost jarring. The air grew intensely cold, the kind of damp, biting chill that penetrates layers of fleece and down right to your ribs. Then came the silence. It did not happen gradually. It was as if someone had pulled a master switch on the entire valley. The distant roar of the rushing creek, which had been a continuous background hum all evening, simply faded into nothingness within a matter of seconds. The wind died completely. The steady, dripping water from the canopy stopped. The silence was so dense, so heavy, that my ears began to ring with a loud, pressure-driven buzz. It felt like the air pressure in the valley had plunged instantly, the way your ears pop when an elevator drops too fast down a high-rise shaft. I sat up inside my bag, my heart knocking against my ribs. Beside me, I heard Mac move. The nylon fabric of his sleeping bag rustled loudly in the dead air. "Tom?" Mac whispered. His voice sounded strangely dampened, as if he were speaking into a pillow. "You hear that?" "I don't hear anything," I whispered back. "That's the problem. Where did the river sound go?" "The wind dropped," Mac said, though his voice lacked conviction. "The valley's trapping the air." I slid my fingers around the cold handle of my flashlight and reached for my sidearm, unclipping the leather retention strap on my holster. I slowly pulled myself out of my bag and crouched near the edge of the tarp, looking out into the forest. The fog had come down completely. It was not a thin, wispy vapor. It was a wall of thick, milky white fog that had settled into the timber, clinging to the trunks of the giant trees. The beams of our low red lights could not penetrate it for more than 6 feet before bouncing back as a flat, blinding glare. Then, from somewhere up on the steep ridge above our camp, the direction Anton Varga had walked 4 days prior, came a sound. It was a whistle. It was not a bird call. It was a clear, double-toned human whistle, a sharp slide from a low note to a high note, dropping back down to a low pitch at the finish. It was distinct, deliberate, and unbelievably loud. It cut through the dense fog with a sharp, piercing clarity that made the hair on the back of my neck stand straight up. I froze, holding my breath. Mac was out of his bag now, crouching beside me with his heavy flashlight held in his left hand, his right hand resting on his sidearm. "Is that a rescue party?" Mac muttered under his breath. "Did search teams come in from the Queets Trail?" "No team would be up on that ridge at 2 a.m. in this fog," I said softly. "They wouldn't have passed our camp without calling out." We listened. For nearly 2 minutes there was nothing but that suffocating heavy silence. Then the whistle came again. This time, it was not from up on the ridge. It was from the base of the cliff, less than 50 yards to our left. But it wasn't just a repetition. It was an exact identical match to the first whistle. The same pitch, the same duration, the same precise timbre, down to the microsecond. It sounded less like a living creature calling out, and more like an audio recording being played back at high volume through the fog. Before I could process that thought, another sound rose out of the mist from the brush right behind our tent. It was a voice. It was a deep, flat, monotonous male voice, speaking words in a language I didn't recognize, but the tone was entirely devoid of human cadence. It sounded like someone reading random words out of a dictionary without knowing what they meant, spoken with a heavy, clipped European accent. Abyss Amabilis, Moss Terraces, Compass Needle, 50 meters, Vesprem. My blood ran cold. It was Anton Varga's voice, but it wasn't a man calling for help. The words were strung together in a rigid, lifeless loop, delivered with the mechanical monotony of a synthesized voice generator. "Dr. Varga," Max shouted, swinging his flashlight toward the darkness behind the bivouac. "Dr. Varga, stand still. We are park rangers." The moment Max's flashlight beam hit the fog behind our camp, the voice stopped instantly. The white beam of the heavy searchlight cut through the damp air, revealing nothing but the wet, black trunks of the hemlock trees and the dense, dripping fronds of swordfern. There was no one standing there. No footprints in the mud around the tent, no movement in the foliage. From 30 feet above us, high in the lower branches of an ancient Douglas fir, the voice answered back. But it wasn't Varga's voice this time. It was Max's voice. It was Max's precise tone, Max's voice from 20 minutes earlier, reproduced down to the dry, gravelly scratch in his throat. "Dispatch, this is Ranger Keller, over. Read you 2x5. Update at 700. The sound did not come from a mouth. It came from the air itself. A localized vibration in the heavy, freezing fog that made the small needle leaves on the fir branches tremble violently. I raised my flashlight, aiming the beam up into the canopy above our heads. What I saw in the beam of that light was not an animal, nor was it a man. Stretched between two massive cedar trunks about 20 feet off the ground was a shape that seemed to resist my eyes' attempt to focus on it. It was immensely tall, at least 12 or 14 feet long, but unnaturally thin like a dead pine branch stripped of its bark and stretched out until it was no thicker than a man's wrist. It had no distinct face, no fur, no clothes. It was covered in that same dull gray copper-scented powder we had found inside Varga's tent. It was suspended between the trees without holding on to them. It was folded into sharp, jagged angles, like a praying mantis made of bone and wet silt, clinging to the shadows of the high canopy. Where its head should have been, there was only a smooth, pale mass that seemed to warp and bend the light around it, casting strange, distorted shadows onto the fog behind it. The moment the beam of my light hit it, the thing did not drop to the ground or jump to another tree. It simply shifted. It moved with a sickening, instantaneous speed that had no momentum, no noise of wind or breaking wood. 1 second it was 20 feet up in the cedar. The next microsecond it was 6 feet closer, folded down along the side of a dead hemlock trunk, perfectly motionless again. The air surrounding it smelled intensely of ozone and wet copper, so sharp it burned the back of my nostrils. "Mac, down!" I screamed, pulling my sidearm from its holster. I didn't think. Instinct took over. The raw, panicked drive to survive that lies buried under years of training and professional composure. I fired 2 rounds from my Glock 22. The sharp bang-bang of the .40 caliber handgun shattered the mountain silence like thunder. The muzzle flashes lit up the fog in bright, blinding orange strobes. The bullet struck the trunk of the hemlock tree right where the pale, jointed mass was suspended. Wood splinters flew into the air, and a sharp, metallic ring, like a heavy iron bell being struck by a hammer, echoed off the surrounding cliffs. The creature didn't bleed. It didn't scream. It opened. The long, pale mass split down its center, revealing a dry, gray interior that looked like layers of fibrous, compressed bark. And from that tear came a sound that I still hear every night when I close my eyes. It was not an animal roar. It was a chaotic, jumbled layer of hundreds of different human sounds, played all at once at deafening volume. I heard distant radio static, broken sentences in English and Hungarian, The sound of a child laughing, the sharp beep of an emergency locator beacon, the whistle from the ridge, and the clear, crisp sound of my own voice saying, "My name is Thomas Keller." The sound hit us with physical force. My head felt like it was being squeezed in a vice. My ears bled, a thin, hot stream of blood running down my neck from my left ear canal. I fell to my knees in the wet mud, dropping my flashlight, clutching the sides of my helmet. Beside me, Mac was on his elbows groaning, his teeth clenched so hard I could hear them grinding over the deafening cacophony of voices. "Run," Mac gasped, his face pale and slick with cold sweat. "Tom, run." We didn't grab our packs. We didn't gather our gear. We abandoned everything, tent, bivouac bags, lanterns, radios, and sprinted down the narrow, muddy spur trail toward the main valley floor. That night, terror turned into a blur of panic, mud, and freezing cold. We ran blind through the dark, guided only by the dim red glow of my headlamp and the sheer desperation to get away from that hanging valley. The forest around us felt distorted, as if the path was bending in directions it shouldn't have. Trunks appeared in front of us where there had been open trail minutes before. The slope of the land felt violently steep, then flat, then steep again. The creature did not chase us in the way a predator chases prey. It didn't crash through the ferns or roar behind us. It stayed ahead of us, behind us, and above us all at once. Every 30 or 40 yards through the fog, we would catch a glimpse of that long, pale, jointed form folded motionless against a trunk or suspended high in the canopy. And every time we passed beneath it, the air would go cold and dead, and we would hear our own voices from earlier that night whispering from the dark leaves above our heads. The forest is entirely silent. My ears feel packed with wool. Anton Varga, Ranger Keller. We scrambled over slippery log jams, fell into freezing, waist-deep creek pools, and hauled ourselves up muddy clay banks, bruised, bleeding, and drenched to the bone. I kept my hand clamped around the grip of my Glock, though I knew in my soul that those brass-jacketed bullets were as useless against that thing as rain falling on granite. Just as the first pale, bruised gray light of dawn began to seep through the upper canopy, we collapsed onto the wide, gravelly bank of the main North Fork, Quinault River. The moment our boots hit the open river bar, the pressure in my ears popped with a sharp, sickening crack. The sound of the world came rushing back in a deafening torrent. The loud, churning roar of the glacier-fed river, the wind whipping through the gravel bars, the rain drumming against the rocks. The heavy, dead silence vanished instantly. We fell onto the wet river cobbles, gasping for air, our lungs burning with the freezing morning wind. I looked back toward the tree line 30 yards away. The forest stood dark, wet, and motionless. The thick fog was slowly rising, breaking into long gray streamers that drifted up through the tops of the Sitka spruce. There was no sound from the woods. No whistles, no mechanical voices, no pale shapes hanging from the high branches. There was only the vast, indifferent timber of the Olympic wilderness, stretching out for miles in every direction under a cold, autumn sky. We didn't stop to rest. We walked 5 miles down the river bar, stepping through ice-cold channels and navigating around massive driftwood piles, until we reached the maintained trail near the lower bridge. We reached the North Fork trailhead at 9 o'clock that morning. Anton Varga's silver Subaru was still parked in the gravel turnaround, wet, cold, and empty, exactly as we had left it 24 hours before. When we walked into the ranger station in Port Angeles late that afternoon, stripped of our packs, covered in dried mud, bruised and with dried blood flaking on my shirt collar from my ruptured ear, the district supervisor took one look at us and cleared the room. We were brought into a private conference room in the basement of the administrative building. 2 officials from the regional office in Seattle arrived 4 hours later. We told them everything. I gave a complete, unvarnished account. The metallic dust inside the tent, the spatial compression, the dead silence, the looping voices, the whistle, the pale jointed thing in the cedar canopy, and the gunshots. Max sat beside me, nodding grimly, his knuckles white as he confirmed every detail. They listened in complete, impassioned silence. They didn't interrupt. They didn't laugh. They didn't ask if we had been drinking or if we had eaten toxic mushrooms in the woods. They took detailed notes on yellow legal pads, recorded our statements on a digital audio recorder, and then made us sign 3 separate non-disclosure agreements regarding the specifics of the search operation. 3 days later, an official press release was issued regarding the disappearance of Dr. Anton Varga. The report stated that the missing Hungarian botanist was presumed dead following an accidental fall off a high cliff edge into a steep, unmaintained ravine in the upper Queets Basin, compounded by severe weather conditions and hypothermia. Search operations were officially suspended due to hazardous weather and high risk to rescue personnel. Our abandoned gear, our packs, tent, radios, and field notebooks were never recovered. A secondary team was sent up to the campsite 2 weeks later after the storms had cleared, but they reported that the site had been swept clean by a localized mudslide that had brought down several large hemlock trees and buried the entire bench under 6 feet of rocky debris and river silt. I resigned from the National Park Service in November of 2016, 2 months after that night. Mac retired early the following spring. He moved down to a small seaside community on the Oregon coast, and though we exchange Christmas cards every year, we have never once spoken about what happened above the Quinault Valley. We don't talk about the whistle. We don't talk about the voices. I live in a small town in the high desert of eastern Oregon now, miles away from the ocean, miles away from the rainforest. My house sits on a wide, open plateau covered in low sagebrush and bitterbrush. You can see for 20 miles in every direction. The trees here are small, scrubby juniper trees that stand 30 feet apart from one another, with plenty of dry, clear sunlight cutting through their branches. I don't go into the mountains anymore. I don't go hiking. I don't go camping. Because even here, in the dry, open desert, when an autumn storm rolls in from the north and the wind drops suddenly before the rain, I sit in my living room with the blinds pulled tight and the lights turned up bright. And sometimes, in that split second of dead silence before the rain hits the roof, when the air pressure drops and my left ear begins to ring, I can hear it outside. Not a roar, not a screech. Just a clear, double-toned whistle coming from the darkness beyond the fence line, followed by my own voice from 8 years ago, echoing softly against the window glass. My name is Thomas Keller,